You're watching India market close, and what a close we're hurtling towards. If the beginning of the day looked a bit tepid, dull and dismal, that's definitely not how we're set to close. The Nifty is at an all-time high, staying very strongly above, and you're looking at it about 135 points up. Are we going to touch the 2,200 mark by end of close? Well, can't say for sure, but definitely you're seeing a great strength in the markets today, and it's in a sense in the broader markets as well, though the champion, the story is all about the Nifty. Just 11 sessions is all it's taken for the Nifty to surpass its previous high of 22,127. The thing is that you're finding support for the Nifty at these levels as well. The Sensex is about just 100 points away from its all-time high. So there you have it. Nifty has taken just 11 sessions to surpass these previous highs. The last time it was above the 22,100 mark was on the 8th of Feb. And after a few, I would say, volatile days and range-bound days, you've seen a breakout. The Nifty's in fact advanced for a fifth session in a row. Let me pull up the warm graph to show you how this morning has looked and how steadily you have seen strength growing in this market across the board, honestly. Apart from realty and an IT, a few of them, other stocks have been doing pretty well. Look at that advanced decline ratio. You're seeing a great strength there emerging in the markets. A bit narrow mid-morning, but then a strong boost coming in during closing hours as well. Let's quickly pull up the heat map and look at what has contributed. And it is the big boys who are definitely pushing forward the market. And ICICI Bank today contributing, a Bajaj Auto on fire on the buyback news, of course, but seeing great strength and volumes. ITC, Bajaj Finance, these are some of the top contributors. Cipla, all of them, a lot of green. And despite the fact that it's not as if you have a one-sided green show on the heat map today, you have a fair number of companies that are not performing too well. It's not really subdued the mood in the markets. Like I said, the IT pack, the only party poopers in a sense, LTI, Mindtree, Wipro, Infosys, but not doing too badly if I'm being honest. So you're seeing a very, very strong move for the indices, but even in the broader markets, Hersh, you have great stories building up over here. And I would say public sector companies are one of those that are really running today.
Well, yes, in fact, we should talk about that more on this show. But yeah, public sector companies are in focus. They have been in focus since the last couple of days. BPCL was one of them, which literally ran away in trade last week. Of course, M&M was the other among the large cap, but quickly on to the mid caps. Very interesting moves. Let's pull up something like a PB Fintech, a Quest Corp and ITI, all of which are buzzing on the back of news. PB Fintech, of course, getting the option now to get into reinsurance, and the stock is up and away now, almost 9% higher in trade. Quest Corp doing the demerger, ITI also on the back of news. You also have the likes of Titagarh, NHPC, Paytm, all of which are also buzzing. New orders coming in for Titagarh, NHPC signing a new deal, Paytm is up 5%, and we won't talk too much about that because we all know as to what the Paytm story currently is that's playing out. Outside of that, you also have Novartis India, plenty of buzz that Novartis AG will be selling out, in which case stock is up 10% on the back of just that consideration that Novartis AG may be selling out, and RVNL is up 7% as well. One of the top gainers on the Nifty mid-cap, RVNL. No real news per se, but that one is up nonetheless. Among the losers on the mid-cap, you have the likes of an HDFC AMC losing significant ground, 4% lower. Z Entertainment down 2.5%. Prestige also down 2%. Then within the small cap space, let me quickly highlight a few names. MRPL. You also have JBM Auto, HFCL. HFCL is up on the back of a positive note that's coming. You also have the likes of a Confidence Petro, which is up. Confidence Petro is in a pact with Norway-based BW LPG to strengthen LPG terminal infrastructure. That one, you can see that reaction, very solid, 11.5% higher. IOL also on the back of the China regulator approving metformin hydrochloride and this will help them export to Chinese markets. That one is up and away in trade as well. Sula, of course, block deal happening there. That's the next one, and you can see 7% higher. The last one on my list is Balrampur. Of course, it's entering into the new polylactic business, and that one is up 4% in trade today. Some of the many buzzers on the back of news, Tamanna.
In a big list, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Hersh, but just take a look at what's happening with Novartis. Novartis and Dr. Reddy's also a fantastic run-up, especially for Novartis, because the news, of course, is Novartis AG wants to sell its India stake in its India business, and Dr. Reddy seems to be the key contender. Both stocks have been doing very well in today's trade. Again, and Azad Engineering is another one that I would point out to, stuck at 10% today. Jupiter Wagons, SJVN, NHPC. NHPC has come off its highs of the day, but overall has been doing excellent. Now, the question is, what is fueling these markets? And we're going to be speaking on that in a bit of detail. Are we seeing the beginning of a pre-election rally? Now that Q3 is behind us, is all of that priced in, and what's the next trigger? But let me begin with Hemen Kapadia's take. He's Senior VP Institutional Equity at KR Choksi Securities. Joining us, G. Chokalingam, founder and MD at Economics, also with us on the show. Welcome to both of you. Hemen, great to have you on the show, especially on a day like today, when we're trying to figure out the sustainability of, a 22,167 is what I'm seeing right now. Do you think that this market has more legs?
A very good afternoon to you, Tamanna. Thank you for having me on the show. Sorry, the pleasure. I think so. Yes, we have moved up 600 points virtually one way, Tamanna. And last Monday also I spoke to Neeraj, the Monday before that. The concern, if any, okay, we saw a reaction last week. Nifty is up, Bank Nifty is up. Why is the VIX below above 16? I mean, frankly speaking, Tamanna, this is the third week in a row we're seeing this phenomenon. Okay, we saw what happened last week, mainly because of the higher VIX. Now, if we are at all-time high, which we are, Tamanna, the VIX should be not at 16, maybe at least sub 15. That's not happening. So that is the concern part. Sustainability, like you mentioned, we moved sideways between 21,125 and 22,127 for 4.5, 5 weeks, Tamanna. So it's a broad 1,000-point range. And now we're on the cusp of breaking out of it. Why am I saying cusp? Because this is Monday, not Friday. If we saw Friday closing about 22,125, we would have opened the doors for 22,800. Now this is Monday. So, I mean, 5 more trading sessions to go. So let's see what happens. But as of now, the setup seems promising. The mechanical indicators are supporting the move, and after 4.5, 5 weeks, I believe we are close to a breakout. Are we going to break out today? I am not sure. But if we break out and we look like breaking out, 22,800 coming. Why I'm saying 22,800? We have the Bank Nifty, which fell 4,000 points, Tamanna. And we've spent the last 4 weeks now consolidating, and now we're recovering. Reliance, the architect of many of market moves, is stable. Adani Enterprises is on the cusp of breaking out. So you have auto, you have pharma, you have many sectors which have posted fresh all-time highs. So everything seems hunky-dory except for the VIX. So notwithstanding a little bit of a difference between the cup and the lip, we are inching towards the breakout. Tamanna.
There's many a slip between the cup and the lip, and there's many a wicks between the cup and the lip. Today, as Hemen has pointed out, a bit of concern on the volatility, but that's the point. You're seeing a new all-time high without an RIL participating, with a lot of your heavy hitters still not in full bloom. And that's also very interesting to see that what are your key Nifty contributors, and we should pull that up as well. Let me get a quick word from G. Chokalingam as well on what we're seeing in the markets today. How would you describe this? I started by saying, is this a pre-election rally? Where is the next trigger? What would be your answer to that question?
Yeah, very interestingly, not many people are talking about the Indian market now very close to $5 trillion market cap. We are just 5.5% away from $5 trillion market cap. The $5 trillion market cap means about 415 lakh crore, and current 392 lakh crore market cap, it's only 5.5% away. I am pretty confident that before election itself, the market will hit the $5 trillion, and that's going to create a lot of euphoria in the marketplace. So therefore, those who are holding on to all stocks which are in momentum now, whether small cap or mid cap, they can continue to hold at least for another 1 month, because I see another 5.5% rise in the overall market cap. Index may not rise; they may rise 2-3%, but broad-based rally might take it up to the 415 lakh crore or $5 trillion market within 1 or 2 months, much before the election itself.
Right. Okay, so we seem to be positive both on technicals as well as fundamentals, but let's quickly take it across to Mahima. She's standing by with a host of stocks which are buzzing in trade on the back of volumes. Mahima, what do you have for us in terms of that list?
Right, Hersh. So firstly, we have Sula Vineyards, which is buzzing almost 28 to 29 times its 30-day average. Well, this is because 12% of its equity changed hands in trade today. Around 1 crore shares were exchanged, and the value of this was approximately 586 crores. Now, as per the term sheet, we know that Berlin Invest was the major shareholder that has parted its stake now, around 8.34%. The remaining 3.7%, we don't know who the seller is yet. However, if we talk about the major shareholders, they have HDFC, which holds around 9.5, Goldman Sachs, which holds around 3.5, Quant, which holds around 4.3, and SBI, which holds around 3.3%. Now, Sula also did come out with a press release saying that they were not aware about this decision of Berlin Invest, and they understand that it's purely their investment decision. However, they have also mentioned that there will be no material impact per se. Then we have Quest Corp, which is in focus because of the demerger announcement. Well, the volumes are trading at approximately 16.8 times its 30-day average, and the stock has hit an intraday high of 16%. It has announced its three-way split in business. The first demerged company will be Digitide Solutions, and second one will be Blue Spring, and the management has given strong guidance. They've said that Digitide targets a revenue of around $1 billion versus the current revenue of $280 million, and sees an overall growth of 20% year on year. Then we have Arkin, which the stock has been up 11% and touched an intraday high of 12%. The volumes are buzzing at 10 times its 30-day average. Now, what is working for the Arcan is that it's entering into bromine derivatives, which is a high margin segment. And the company has given strong guidance of generating 200 to 300 crore of revenue from the new plant in FY25, and expects to achieve 35 to 40% of margin. And lastly, we have CRISIL, which had posted its Q3 results yesterday, and the performance has been robust. The stock touched an intraday high of 8.7%. The total income was up 13.4%, net profit has been up 33%, and the ratings segment has grown by 12.9%. So CRISIL is buzzing on the back of good results, and that's why it's buzzing in volumes today.
Right, thanks so much for that, Mahima. Let me take it across to Hemen. Hemen, this 6%, almost 7% decline that we are seeing on something like a Sula, your views with regard to this one, short-term charts, is this possibly an opportunity here?
I think so. Frankly speaking, it's in an evergreen sector. I think everybody drinks. So, but seriously, we spent 7 weeks, Hersh, on a correction, consolidation, time price retracement, however you term it. The level which I wouldn't say make or break, but a very important level is 535. We are comfortably above that. We gave a move from 450 to 700, and now we are seeing a time price retracement. So I'd say I'd wait just a wee bit more. But one, I don't think 555 breaks. If 555 breaks in terms of closing, it would be a concern. We are just hanging on to the 55-day exponential moving average. So everything seems to suggest that we had a very smart move. Now we are seeing probably what I think is probably the last leg of the correction. So if 555 doesn't break, I'd wait for a day or two. I think it's an opportunity because it looks to be a correction within a bull market. I don't have too much of data to take a longer term call. It's a relatively new listing. But whatever data I have seems to suggest that the setup seems promising, and we are in a bull market correction.
Just a quick look at what's happening with Coal India. That news flashing on your screen, that and quoting Bloomberg, where the chairman is saying that they're going to miss their FY24 production targets of 780 metric tons. Yeah, that stock taking a bit of a nosedive on a day when and the target is not being missed by a lot. Company may miss it by 10 metric tons, but so the 780 target will go up to 770. That's what the chairman is saying. But at a time when PSUs are definitely back in flavor, there was a question mark about sustainability and overvaluation in some of these counters, especially post the budget. But now that mood seems to have turned. You're seeing that in the index, you're seeing that in some of the top gainers, especially on the energy side of things. Himen, I'm going to come to you specifically on the PSU pack and anything that you see here with potential.
I think there are still some of these PSU banks, Tamanna, which I'll say relatively cheaper, in the sense something like an IOB, where okay, we've had great moves, no doubt, but I still believe that there is headroom left in some of these spaces. So yes, coal that you mentioned, it's been in a linear one-way move, so I wouldn't chase it. But yeah, something like an IOB is something which would be technically relatively cheaper.
All right, we'll take a very short break. And come right back, because so much activity happening in the markets right now. There's a BF Utilities up about 18% right now. Force Motors, Pesa, Low, Digi, all of these counters in the microcap space on fire. In fact, the entire microcap 250 is on a bloom today. The only ones being left out really are the realty companies, and the realty companies seeing a bit of a downer. Prestige, Shobha, that too I wouldn't say massively. It's not like you're seeing a pummeling per se. Even a Prestige down just about 2% on a day when everything is in the up and up. What next? What are the sectors and stocks that you need to pick, and what is the strategy for the week and for tomorrow? We're coming back with all of that after the break.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close here on NDTV Profit. I also want to welcome Dhananjay Sinha, who's the co-head of equities, or rather head of research, both strategy as well as economics at Systematics Group. Welcome firstly to the show, Dhananjay. Couple of trends that
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Right. A couple of trends that seem to be playing out, one of which, of course, markets have hit an all-time high. Your views on that, if at all. And a couple of trends which are playing out within this space is definitely the PSE basket has been abuzz. What are your views with regard to valuations at this point? Something like a BPCL, SBI, Coal India. What's your sense on some of these?
So I think there has been a significant outperformance by the PSE pack, be it the manufacturing sector, oil and gas sector, and also the banking sector. So I think this whole gamut of stocks have actually done phenomenally well. I would say in the current year also on a YTD basis, I think these indices or stocks have actually given about 50 to 18%. So that's a fairly strong rally. I would say if you look at the overall Nifty, it's fairly flattish. I would say compared to this outperformance, roughly performing about 2.8% or something like that. If you look at the whole cluster of big sectors, I think there has been a significant underperformance by the banking sector, especially the private sector banks. Led by HDFC Bank and few others, large cap, bank names have actually underperformed. So clearly, the theme is like this, that there is a sort of expectation that so first of all, the whole consensus view is that there is a valuation juice still remaining despite the enormous outperformance that's been there. Secondly, I would say there does seem to be a sort of a electoral mandate that has been priced in the general election after the state election victory by the ruling BJP government over there, BJP over there. So essentially, there is a continuity in the general election, and is what is being priced in, and generally this has been seen as positive for the PSU pack in general, and this has been happening since the state elections that happened a couple of months back. So I think that thing is definitely there. The whole idea is that the government tends to invest a lot through the PSU companies, be it through infrastructure or defense or other segments. It does look like that the PSU companies are generally benefit from such government spending. So I think that's the general thing that's been flowing across all the PSU names. So that is a very clear dichotomy that we are seeing within the PSU pack and the rest of the pack. So fundamentally, I would say that that valuation argument is there, but I would say that the government's role through the budget allocation, as we see, has actually come down. If you look at the interim budget, the allocation for infrastructure, etc., has been pruned down in terms of growth. So be it roads or defense or even railways, the total allocation has been just about 4 to 5% in nominal terms, and in real terms, it does look like it's a contraction. So I would say that some of these things might be peaking out, and the markets might actually be extrapolating the past performance of the PSU companies going ahead.
Fully get your point, Mr. Sinha, but if you can just give us, my question is focused on the fact that these companies have had a significant run-up, and try and give us a perspective, nice and crisp if possible, with regard to the fact that where do you see valuations now that this run-up has already happened? Do you still see value? What would the action point be from an investor standpoint?
So the big thing that we are sort of playing from here on is, while all these things have played out in terms of this whole PSU pack that we looked at, and maybe it might actually continue for some more time till the election. I would say that what we are seeing fundamentally is the IT pack, which has actually been outperforming significantly. So we think that the fact that the US economy seem to be avoiding a sort of a deep recession, there is more confidence in terms of how the US companies would actually invest in technology, and we think that we are at an inflection point that would sustain for a few years. There is an inflection that the IT companies might actually see as we go forward. If you overlook the headwinds that we are seeing in the recent quarters, the market is definitely trying to look beyond that. On a relative basis, the valuations have bottomed out for the IT companies much higher than the last bottom. So
absolutely, and Dhananjay, you're absolutely right. IT companies are not participating yet, but I just want to draw your attention to the top 5 gainers. if I look at the last high of the Nifty, which was just about 11 days ago, and now the top 5 gainers have been BPCL, SBI, Coal India. So the top 3 of them are state-run companies. BPCL up about 18%, 17.5% actually. SBI 17%. Coal India having a tough afternoon because of one comment, but otherwise a great run up there. Wipro and M&M have been your top 5 gainers, and it's quite telling, Hersh, as well, of the kind of companies that are fueling this rally.
Absolutely, and if you look at some of those, of course, you covered the fact that a lot of those are PSUs, but then you have a Wipro in that basket, and an M&M, which has done fairly well in terms of numbers. Let's also pull up the losers. Actually, we have done that. Kanika has done that for us, and Hindalco is one of the top losers. That is a one-off event due to Novelis, correct? The other one, which is also result-based in terms of its reaction, is UPL in that list, which I can see right off the bat. So within the bottom 5, what we're seeing is 2 is largely event-based. ITC, after that significant run-up, one would argue that a bit of a correction was warranted. And outside of that, then you have Kotak and Britannia among the loser pack. But if I can go to Mr. Chokalingam to have his views on the PSE basket, Mr. Chokalingam, if we can have a focused answer, what should one do at this point if you own PSEs? Should you continue to hold? Is this the right valuation to continue to hold? Should you buy fresh or should you sell?
Almost 9 out of 10 PSU stocks I will not suggest buying. Valuation is extremely stretched. Having monitored PSU stocks from early 90s, one thing is very clear. The pack itself is extremely cyclical. The stock market also cyclical, and the small and mid cap also cyclical. So the convergence of all 3 cycles mean there is an enormous risk for anybody who wants to buy small and mid cap PSU stocks now. So therefore, as I said earlier, in a month's time or so, I am expecting the market cap to hit $5 trillion. So one can enjoy this rally and then be prepared to book profit and create a durable, long-lasting wealth from the PSU pack in over next 1 month time period.
So, all right, PSUs may have run up, but more legs, especially in the next 1 month. But like G. Chokalingam said, that some of the pre-election rally is also now priced in. The question is, where are the next spots of opportunity? And I want to come to you on banks actually, Choka, and look at where you see potential in terms of an HDFC bank. Now, there is, of course, a closed-door investor meet with Goldman Sachs of HDFC Bank. Some key pointers coming in from that meeting as well. Shashidhar Jagdishan is speaking with analysts, and it doesn't always go well when those conversations happen, but we'll wait and see. Do you think that you see potential now at these levels in an HDFC bank, in some of the private banks as well, or would you stick to the PSBs, the public sector banks?
Public sector banks have run up a lot. Historically, they used to trade at around 1 time. In a peak of the bull run, they used to trade at 1.5 times price to adjusted book value. Now, many of them are trading close to 2 times. I think they have rallied a lot. Unless there is some significant correction, I would not suggest buying PSU banks. However, one can buy HDFC. Unfortunately, small underperformance of the bank and also the fact that FIs are continuously selling in the market in the short term, both have damaged the valuation of HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank valuation multiple, which used to be even 4 to 5 times price to book value, adjusted book value, now it is little less than 3 times. I think it's a great opportunity for medium to long term investors. It would come back certainly, may not be in a month or 2, but definitely it will come back because the bank is setting up 53% of the branches in rural and urban areas of the country. And that is where I see the next growth to happen for the banking sector, because the urban centers are extremely crowded. Penetration of the banking has peaked out. So therefore, I would say that for retail investors, this is a great opportunity to buy HDFC fund for medium to long term.
All right, so great opportunity to buy HDFC Bank from medium to long term. Dhananjay, would you agree? The worst over for an HDFC bank?
I think broadly, I think what Choka is saying, is something that we have also been saying. But that the background from which we come basically is that you will have sort of a much lower growth for banking sector in general. So we are underweight on banks. So RBI has been trying to curb retail lending, reduce CD ratio, etc. So within the banking sector, what will be important is to really look at banks that have better underwriting skills. They have underwriting quality, and also that they have not really grown their CD ratio very rapidly. And I would say within that, and the other thing one needs to look at is the ALM situation and who manages better. I think from that standpoint, and also the valuation thing that Choka spoke about, HDFC Bank seem to be at a much cheaper level, both in terms of value and the quality of the balance sheet and their operation in general. So I would say that that is one bank that is available at very cheap valuation. I think it is at a 15-year low valuation, and the valuation gap between, let's say, HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank is actually reversed. Earlier, HDFC Bank used to be a premium to ICICI Bank. And I would say that SBI is also sort of, the gap is actually narrowed quite a bit. So all said and done, it does look to be a significant value play. I would also want to look at Kotak Bank eventually at some point of time. It is also following the same bracket. So I would say banking sector, it is very difficult for the banking sector to grow now because the total allocation, which is CD ratio at a system level, is at 80%, and total allocation, including investments and cash, is about 115%. This is highest in 30 years. So I would say that ability of the banks to grow beyond without really mobilizing more and more CASA and deposits will be very difficult. Though they have capital, but I think the raw material as far as the deposit is concerned, that growth is not really happening. So you will have a prolonged period of liquidity deficit and rising cost. On the other hand, RBI would come and ask banks to slow their lending growth. Yeah.
Okay.
So those are the headwinds that are there. Yeah.
Sure. Of course, Dhananjay, thank you for breaking that down. So HDFC definitely, an opportunity to accumulate. Say Choka and Dhananjay. Dhananjay, thanks. Great to have you with us. Choka, please do stay on. We're taking a very short break, but on the other side, we're turning our focus to Nifty hitting lifetime highs. How far are we just seeing the start of the next leg of a market rally? Gurmeet Chadda joins us on the other side for that and more. Stay tuned. right, just about 20 odd minutes for close, and it's looking like we're going to have a very interesting sort of day. Markets off their highs now. A bit of pressure coming in at the higher level, so definitely not at its day's highs. And we'll have to wait and see whether markets actually close above those lifetime high levels. The fact is that the inherent strength in the markets is very visible through the day. Gurmeet Chadda, Managing Partner and CIO of Complete Circle, now with us on the show. Gurmeet, very good afternoon. Great to speak with you right here on NDTV Profit as we navigate the next leg of this rally. Now, the question is, are we just seeing the beginning of a pre-election rally? What is the trigger that the markets will look to now that you're done and dusted with a decent set of corporate numbers for the third quarter?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think three triggers in my view. I think FIs haven't yet participated. Probably we made we touched a new high today with almost $5 billion plus of selling in cash by FIs in the last 3 to 4 weeks. I think the question is when the market will make new highs. It's not a question of whether it will do or not. So I think you need FIs participation for a pre-election rally. I think the 10-year US yields have to come down slightly more. They're upwards of 420, 425 levels. Because the Fed has been pushing back on rate cut expectations of the market. So if you are for higher for longer, I think that takes away some bit of the flows from the market. And third, I think the valuations in the Bank Nifty has to lead. So if you see Bank Nifty still 20% off from its close to 12% off. I think it was 50,000, now it's about 46,000. It's still like 10% away from what it was, and despite the fact that the earnings have doubled in 2 years, the returns on Bank Nifty are almost like 12-15%. So it's a classic case of PE contraction in my view. So once financials really start participating, I think that's when you probably will see more highs in the market.
So you've seen this level, and markets are off those highs right now, but you've seen those levels without financials participating, without any real FII participation, or even your large caps or your mega caps actually firing. Is it safe to say then, Gurmeet, that the next step is just a question of when and not if, as you mentioned, and what sectors in your view will push that next leg of the rally?
I agree completely. As I said, it's when. In fact, I gave an analysis in the last discussion with Neeraj that every 10, 11 years, a Nifty becomes Sensex. So I'm looking at 72,000 on Nifty 10 years from now, and not really looking at what happened 10 days from now. Obviously, you'll have good years, bad years, flat years in between, and that's the nature of the market. I think financials, as I said, need to contribute, especially the heavyweight HDFC Bank. It's been quite a laggard vis-a-vis the other components, both SDFC and Kotak. I think I'm awaiting more comments on the analyst meet. I'm a touch disappointed with the way they have communicated with the markets. I think the merger constraints and issues were there. I think what probably needed, so if you see, for example, valuations, they've hardly added $10 billion in valuation, despite getting 6 lakh crores of mortgage assets on the balance sheet. Now, if you add subsidiaries, which they've got as a result of the merger, that itself will be $200-300 on HDFC Bank. So I think our market probably needs more guidance in terms of when this deposit mobilization will take place, what is the stress on CD ratio as well as LCR, what kind of NIMs they are looking at, whether they can maintain 2% plus ROA over the medium term. I think more clarity needs to emerge there. And I think more contribution also needs to come from manufacturing as well. I think this decade, in my view, would be where manufacturing share in market weightage should go up.
Understood. Gurmeet, you've made some great points there. Hersh also joining in this conversation. Just want to try and get your views because you've got such great insights with regard to HDFC Bank. So, clearly the worry here is with regard to loan to deposit. There needs to be a catch up, and it seems like the management had been caught sleeping, if at all I can use that term, with regard to managing deposit growth. Clearly not coming through, and therefore margins not coming through. So when do you see this turning for HDFC Bank?
I don't think so. Deposit growth, it's an industry-wide challenge. It's not just specific to HDFC Bank. It's come at a time when they needed it the most. If you see on deposits, on incremental deposits, their market share is still 19%. That's amongst the highest. It's just that, if you see last quarter, they grew credit Q&Q by 5%, deposit by 2%. And that puts pressure because, your LCR also came down from 121% to 110%. So once the liquidity eases, at some point of time, RBI will do a CRR cut and ease liquidity or use other measures. At some point of time, the rate cut cycle will also start. Whether a few months from now, we can debate again on the timing. Again, it's a question of when. I think that's when probably you'll see the financials participating in a big way. And as I said, if you see Nifty, the EPS, in terms of the bank Nifty, it's trading at what, 15, 16 times versus 26 times last time in October 21 when the market made a new high. So it's not really done. It's a classic case of P contraction. And you're getting HDFC at 2 book, SBI at 1.1, Bank of Baroda again less than book, entire banking space at 15 times earnings. So I think valuations are there, and you got to buy when things are not looking good. See, remember IT 6 months back, nobody was willing to touch. Just look at how IT has run up, the likes of HCL, TCS, Infever. So you got to get into space, and I believe this problem is temporary, it's not structural, and that's how you have to allocate.
Gurmeet, I want to understand what you see exciting in the broader markets. Because, you've seen an entire trend most of last year where mid-caps and small caps have outperformed. Rotationally, the expectation is that you're going to have the large caps come into play this year. But do you think that there is still enough steam left in some pockets in broader markets?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a lot of pockets which are, again, we talk from both more medium and long term. So, for example, if you see the defense budget, even this year in the interim budget, the additional allocation, let's say, to aircrafts and aero engines is up by almost 40,000 crores. So that makes, the defense, within defense, the airspace, the air defense, a very attractive space. Similarly, energy, I think there is a clear, if you see, for example, NTPC, they're adding 9 gigawatts of fossil and the coal-based plants, and they have a clear target of another 60 gigawatts by 2030 on non-fossil and clean energy. So, and it has what, 24% on generation, on installed capacity and almost 20% on generation capacity in terms of market share. They want to de-merge the business. So there's still a lot of value in few pockets in defense, in energy. As I said, pharma is likely to get a PLI. I think the government wants to reduce dependence on certain chemicals used to make APIs in the final value chain of APIs. I also seen some juice in rural-facing stocks. Agri-economy is still soft, especially FMCG, agrochemicals. Look at chemical valuations. I think we're probably at a much below the median valuation. So there are pockets. It's just that we want instant gratification, and the market basically rewards patience.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we are in the world of instant gratification, and don't expect that from markets. So markets off its day's highs. But definitely, it's been a phenomenal day, no doubt. Thank you so much, Gurmeet. Always a pleasure chatting with you, especially to put into perspective what we're seeing in the markets today. Gurmeet Chadda there. Let's take a quick look now at what's happening on the F&O end of things, and where is that sort of last-minute selling pressure coming from? Agam joining us for more on that. Agam?
Well, right. So today was a day when it was being tested whether or not the Nifty would close above the mark of 22,000. And, well, it does, to a certain extent, pass through the test because at the moment we are sustaining those gains. Sure, we've seen a little bit of moderation in prices through the course of the last, 1 hour of trade, but we're still looking at advances for the Nifty and near 2% added and open interest towards what looks like fresh longs. The Nifty banking index also up around by 0.3%. Unwinding coming through there, but remember this is some of the older shorts in the system getting unwound. So about a short covering, in fact, as far as the bank Nifty goes. What about the options market? And today's a day where we continue to see a little bit more writing around 22,000. Of course, we've seen the Nifty move above that. Let's take a look at your overall options, market. And of course, we'll continue to see more and more writing around the 22,000 put. And of course, we'll start to see a little more accumulation on the higher end as well. Moving on to the stocks, and that's where we are seeing Biocon, Dixon Tech, Bajaj Auto continue to move higher along with longs building in. And among stocks which are seeing unwinding in trade, we are seeing about a short covering for Gujarat Gas and Polycab, and longs unwinding for something like a Jubilant Foodworks, Federal Bank and ONGC. All in all, it's turned out to be a day of trade which has given traders confidence to trade on the positive, considering the Nifty has sustained over 22,000. But it's not just going to be about today, it's going to be about this week. And should we see the Nifty hold on to this mark, well, there is a higher chance that we could perhaps see more gains on the index going forward.
Well, chances of gains on the index going forward, thanks for that, Agam. But one particular counter that's caught my eye, and it's absolutely slid in trade since the start of India market close that we've had, 230 today, 4.5% lower. Coal India, there is some news around production being lower than what they had guided for. That certainly seems like what is causing that reaction. But even outside of that, just to try and understand this slightly better, Mr. Chokalingam, if you can give us some perspective, this is one counter which has seen only a one-way, kind of a move over the last 3 years. And justifiably so, terribly undervalued, not an ESG-friendly kind of a business, its own set of issues with regard to wages. Now a lot of that is behind it. Do you think that a buy on dips on this counter could be warranted?
No, certainly not at current level. Even if it falls 5-10%, I would not suggest buying Coal India. As you rightly said, it has a one issue of labor class. Every 3 years, the revision in the salary is so huge, and it upsets next 4 to 6 quarters earning growth for the company. And today, what has come out from the management about following the realization from e-auction, which is quite big, because non-e-auction based sales are, they are quite freezed in terms of the realization. And also being an election year, I don't think there will be any major revision in the prices of thermal coal for power sector. So, and apart from that, you also said about ESG, that is another negative factor for this company. Not many FIs would rush to buy. And let us not forget the fact that the stock has more than doubled in the last 52 weeks from the bottom. And historically, it always trades in a poor single-digit PE, unfortunately. So, considering all these facts, I would say that if at all the stock falls maybe 20-25%, then one can consider. Otherwise, even now one should book profits in Coal India.
All right, so book profits in Coal India if you are making any at this point. Stock taking quite a tumble in trade. Hemin, hope we have you back with your audio and video. Just a quick word from you on Coal India.
Yes, I believe 430, 418, two levels. I prefer to wait till 418. Currently, I don't think it's a buy. But yeah, around 418, I would take a small counter buy because very strong support. The setup still seems positive, Tamanna.
All right. So Coal India now at 418, maybe you could look at buying it, but just look at the sharp kind of drop that you've seen over the last few minutes, and that might be a matter of concern. Meanwhile, let's just push our focus or shift our focus to HDFC. Now, one of the reasons the stock was on the radar is because at an event hosted by Goldman Sachs, there was a conversation with the CEO, Shashidhar Jagdishan, where he spoke about deposit growth and growing distribution network. More details of that event are, filtering through, and that conversation. The context and timing of it is important because a part of it is a closed-door meet with analysts coming after the Q3 hit that HDFC took once its results were out. Listen in to a slice of what they spoke about.
The franchise has been, if you look at a long-term trend of how we have been growing the funding profile of the institution, it's been reasonably healthy. When you look at it, we have been gaining market share in deposits for not just now, but whether you take a 10-year horizon or a 5-year horizon or a 3 or a 2, even a last year as well. We've been adding roughly about 50 to 60 basis points of incremental share. per annum. And which means that it translates to anywhere in the range of 15 to 20%, depending on which quarter it is, which is much higher than our stock of share that we have on deposit. That's about 10 to 11%. So obviously, we have, it sort of speaks volumes about how the distribution is well poised in terms of its focus, granular focus, and the ability to raise the bar with every passing year. And therefore, you have seen largely, even if you strip off some of the things that we've acquired on the merger, I think a reasonable amount of 18 to 20% growth is what we have seen for a long period of time. Now, there will be times when, because of certain monetary policy actions, you will see the liquidity in the system getting tighter, getting negative deficit. The October to December was one such event. You know, we probably would have seen it somewhere in the 2019, and then prior to that in 2012, 13. I guess I'm not able to recall that, but these are, you know, rare instances which the monetary policy teams normally take into account.
That is Sashidhar Jagdishan of HDFC Bank for you. But Hemen, let me come to you with regard to HDFC Bank on charts. What's the sense from a technical perspective?
I stick my neck out and say, Hersh, that at least from a shorter term point of view, I think the worst is over. I would be worried only if we close below 1380 now. If it doesn't close below 1380, we breached it intraday, but we came back and closed above it 4 trading sessions back, Hersh. So if 1380 breaks closing wise, I think all hell breaks loose. 90% I'd say that in the near term, that doesn't look like happening. But 1720, 1360, it's a slow grinding walk up. Momentum should appear above 1440. But once again, I'd say worst is almost over. Near term, a recovery is in the offing. It might not happen today, but as long as 1380 doesn't break, I think 1480 comes first.
Okay, so 1480 comes first. Since you're talking about worst being over, and we've not mentioned this stock on the show so far, at least on this show, we have to look at what's happening with 197. We had a detailed conversation. Even brokerages can't make up their mind on what to do. Bernstein is seeing a target price of 600 rupees. Jefferies is saying, I'm not going to cover this anymore. It's been stuck on that 5% circuit. Is the worst over for Paytm, Hemen?
Okay, Kangana. Okay, Tamanna, that was the difficult one. Sorry, I'm confused. That's why I mispronounced your name.
No.
But all-time lows, Tamanna, frankly speaking, there are no levels left. We've just posted a recent all-time low on the last trading session, and now we've turned. The last trading session, we've seen almost 2 crore volume. I don't have the delivery markings here right now, but if it's 60 or 70% delivery marking, I'd say a bottom has been made at 320. Now, same logic applies. If we don't break 320 and close below it for the next at least 3 trading sessions, I'd stick my neck out and say, short term, the worst is over. If we sustain above 395, I believe that will be the first technical green shoot in some time. So 320 doesn't break, above 395 things should start looking up. So it's a very ginger view I have currently, but yes, I believe we are. Yeah, I'd say that we are almost done for the time being.
Fair enough. And frankly, there's so much regulatory uncertainty, difficult to talk about what happens next. Just quickly, Hemen, because we're just a few minutes away from market close, your BTST calls?
Okay, I have a BTST call on Bharti Airtel. We're at 1142. So I'd buy 2 rupees lower at 1140. Stop loss of 1138, target of 1156. Risk reward ratio 1:2. PTSD on Bharti Airtel. It's very tempting to give a STBT on the bank Nifty, because I think we are on the cusp of a small correction. So it's a high risk one. I say high risk because, frankly speaking, shorting hasn't been very conducive for investors' health in this market. But yeah, so I would say a 50-point stop loss and a 100-point target, and STBT for the Bank Nifty. Once again, I reiterate, high risk.
Got your point there, Hemen. Let me take it. We spoke about Paytm. Let me also try and cover PB Fintech. That one's a buzz in trade. Mr. Chokalingam, do you cover at all PB Fintech? Can you give us some perspective on what this latest development means for PB Fintech, if at all?
I'm sorry, generally I don't cover these kind of new age stocks.
Not as much, yes. Yeah. Understood. Hemen, something like a PB Fintech on charts, because this one has had a blockbuster run over the last couple of years.
Yes, even I don't have a very conviction view on PB Fintech, Hersh. I'd also avoid giving up.
Yeah. Just very quickly, your take on Dixon. If you track it, Hemen, we hadn't had a chance, very busy afternoon, but to talk about Dixon. They've tied up with BBK, that are the makers of Oppo and OnePlus phones in India, and because of government rules now they have to have an Indian partner. This news came about 48 hours ago, and Dixon has been doing very well. Do you see the potential to accumulate at this point, Hemen?
NV consolidation, Tamanna, breakout coming in Friday. I would have jumped at it because it's breaking out actually, but the weekly chart, and we are looking at it on Monday. 7,000 coming, 7,200 possible, Tamanna.
Understood. Let me also take one more piece which I've tried to figure out. Within the Nifty itself, the chemical sector is the worst performing sector. The last time we made a top on the Nifty versus today. Mr. Chokalingam, could this therefore be the bottom for chemicals? We've spoken about banks. Could chemicals be the sector which is going to now lead in terms of returns?
I may be wrong. I certainly believe that this is not the time to enter the chemical sector. Minimum it will take 6 to 9 months or even more than that because of this weakness in the European economy. In fact, according to Chemical Weekly, the industry magazine, this is the worst phase in the last 1 or 2 decades for chemical sector in terms of demand and realization. I believe in that. So I would avoid most of the chemical stocks at this juncture.
Right. Great, Choka and Hemen, thank you so much for joining us on the show today as we look at the last couple of minutes on India market close, and let's pull up what's happening to the market. So definitely off its day's highs. If I pull up the day's chart for the Nifty, you'll see that yes, we crossed the 22,127 mark. That was the previous high, but now you've slid below it, and that sort of profit booking has come just in the last 20 minutes or half an hour or so in today on the Nifty. Not to say that, you've had great weakness or any such thing. Even after hitting lifetime high, you've seen some sustainability over there. I'm just going to pull up the advanced decline ratios as well, because that's going to give you the idea of kind of market breadth you're seeing. And you see the gap narrowing ever so slightly as we go into close. Where is that pressure coming in from? Let's pull up that heat map and take a look at where the pressure is coming in from, especially towards the end. And the culprit on the Nifty at least is one Coal India. There is a con call going on with the management, and the idea seems to be that output targets may not be met for this year. That's what the Coal India management seems to be saying. There are certain blocks which will not fire as much as they had hoped for, and of course that news is trickling and filtering in. So that has impacted Coal India, which seems to have dragged the markets down a bit, as has L&T. L&T has seen a bit of a hit in the last bit of trade as well going in. Weakness overall on the tech pack, and that was something we saw all through the day. So an LTI, Mindtree, a Wipro, a TCS, all have not had a very good day. But on the winning side are the banks. ICICI Bank up about 2%. Bharti as well. Bharti is our BTST call from Hemen, which we talked about before closing. Bajaj Autos had a fabulous day, but that's on buyback and expectations now that that record date was set. And Grasim, of course, up about 3%. So I would say that Nifty Sensex having a great day, but the broader markets, Hersh, also participating in quite a sense, except for real estate and also profit booking in your PSE pack, your public sector companies towards the end.
Well, yes, absolutely, Tamanna. You're looking at mid caps and small caps largely. That's the PSE. If we can have the Nifty mid cap, there you go. Largely in line with where the benchmark index is. Also, with regard to the small cap, you're largely there around 0.5% higher on the Nifty small cap. In terms of key names, let's try and focus in on that. I'm going to start off with PB Fintech. Policy Bazaar is up roughly 8% in trade today. That one is gaining. Outside of that, so tech on one hand didn't do too well on the benchmark, but tech seems to be doing quite well here. You have Dixon.
But this is the story.
It's a fintech. Yes.
And you also had news where IRDAI licensing had come in, etc. So
yes.
It was a bit of news.
So
flow.
It's a newsy. Yeah. The other one is Dixon as well. That one is up as well, sharply up 7% at close, almost. You're seeing FACT, which is up. You're seeing RVNL, which is also gaining in trade. So those are some of the key names which are up in the mid-cap space. In the mid-cap, the losers, Yes Bank, HDFC AMC, Z Entertainment, as well as Prestige. Some of those are your top losers within the mid-cap index. Let's quickly switch over to the small caps. MRPL up 20% in trade today. That one's hit it out of the park. JBM Auto, of course, some bit of news-based buying also happening in MRPL because of the whole Chennai Petro. Okay, so JBM Auto is the other one. You are also seeing Aegis Chemicals, which is up roughly 7.5%. HFCL on the back of a positive note, up 6.4% as well.
And Sula, before you go, Sula was one big buzzer of the day, and a large block deal, nearly 12% of the company changed hands. That stock is closing about 8% down.
Lower. Yes,
so a tumultuous day in all. But all in all, I think basic strength of the market definitely on display. We'll see if it continues that uptick towards 2228, the next level for the Nifty in trade tomorrow. But for now, from Hersh, me and the entire team of India Market Close, thank you so much for watching.
Well, we've started the week with the Nifty hitting record highs. Let's quickly have the heat map if we can. There you go, a third of a percent higher, 80 points higher. You have the likes of a Grasim, the Bajaj twins, Finserv Auto as well as Finance. There you go, 1.4% higher. Were on a bit of a tear today, 2% higher on both of those. But outside of that, you had contributions coming in, valuable ones from ICICI Bank and Bharti Airtel as well. In terms of the losers, L&T right from the offing was in the red and roughly 1% lower. We've settled 1.4% lower. Life insurers were struggling right from the start of the day itself. Coal India, though, slipped up in trade after production cut, or rather guidance was trimmed for FY24. That was the larger theme we were playing with. Let's have a look at the contributories. What we'll see, therefore, is ICICI Bank was your top in terms of points contributed, RIL, Bharti following suit. But among the losers, not much. You had L&T just about contributing 13 points. Outside of that, nothing to complain about at all. So that's how we were placed. Now, in terms of where the mid caps and small caps was, if we can have the advanced decline to indicate there you go, we have that, 1240 advances to 750 declines, not a bad market at all. The breadth was strongly in favor of the advances, as you can see. Also, if we can switch over with regard to where the mid caps and small cap index closed, the mid cap closed a third of a percent higher, small cap also roughly a 0.5% higher on the Nifty small cap. So we had them largely trading, broader markets largely trading in line with the benchmark. Sectoral indices, quick wrap on that one. You have the FMCG, the pharma, which led gains today. Consumption did well as well. So you had your consumer durable stocks doing very, very well. In fact, Nifty consumer durables was up almost 1%. Among the losers, Realty, which has had a really good run anyway. PSU Bank also around 0.5% lower. Again, that one has had a fantastic run over the last couple of months. But with that, we wrap Monday. We'll see you tomorrow morning, first thing. Thank you.
Benchmarks close higher as Nifty ends just shy of its record high. Broader markets do better. Market breadth in favor of advances. Bombay High Court criticizes former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar and her husband's arrest by the CBI in the loan fraud case. Calls it an abuse of power. Farmers and the government meet in Chandigarh. Farmers say that the government must offer guarantees on all 23 crops and not just dal or maize. Air India and Tata Advanced Systems to invest 2,300 crore rupees in multiple projects in Karnataka. Aims to provide employment to over 1,600 people. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV Profit and I'm your host Pragati Oberoi. On the show, The Reporter. As always on this show, we will bring you the updates from markets, national and international headlines. But before we delve deep, let's take a quick look at how the markets fared during the day. Nifty steers clear of Monday blues and hits a fresh life high of 22,171. My colleague Hersh joins in with a quick wrap of all the D-Street action.
Well, we've started the week with the Nifty hitting record highs. Let's quickly have the heat map if we can. There you go, 1/3% higher, 80 points higher. You have the likes of a Grasim, the Bajaj twins, Finserv Auto as well as Finance. There you go, 1.4% higher. Were on a bit of a tear today, 2% higher on both of those. But outside of that, you had contributions coming in, valuable ones from ICICI Bank and Bharti Airtel as well. In terms of the losers, L&T right from the offing was in the red and roughly 1% lower. We've settled 1.4% lower. Life insurers were struggling right from the start of the day itself. Coal India, though, slipped up in trade after production cut, or rather guidance was trimmed for FY24. That was the larger theme we were playing with. Let's have a look at the contributories. And what we'll see, therefore, is ICICI Bank was your top in terms of points contributed, RIL, Bharti following suit. But among the losers, not much. You had L&T just about contributing 13 points. Outside of that, nothing to complain about at all. So that's how we were placed. Now, in terms of where the mid caps and small caps was, if we can have the advanced decline to indicate there you go, we have that 1240 advances to 750 declines, not a bad market at all. The breadth was strongly in favor of the advances, as you can see. Also, if we can switch over with regard to where the mid caps and small cap index closed, the mid cap closed 1/3% higher, small cap also roughly 0.5% higher on the Nifty small cap. So we had them largely trading, broader markets largely trading in line with the benchmark. Sectoral indices, quick wrap on that one. You have the FMCG, the pharma, which led gains today. Consumption did well as well. So you had your consumer durable stocks doing very, very well. In fact, Nifty consumer durables was up almost 1%. Among the losers, Realty, which has had a really good run anyway. PSU Bank also around 0.5% lower. Again, that one has had a fantastic run over the last couple of months.
Well, that was Hersh with the quick market wrap. There were also some sectors that were on our watch, but let's bring you some key sectors that were on the list of Gautam Dugar of Motilal Oswal. He specifically said that he bet on 3 to 4 sectors. Let's quickly take a look at a chunk of the conversation.
What we like is also a subset of our portfolio. So I'll just highlight the sectors where we are overweight on and which we continue to like. So number one, financials. But within financials, our positioning is very clear. PSU banks are a big overweight. Private banks are an underweight, largely because of the underweight which resides in HDFC Bank. We continue to like NBFC. We are big time positive or overweight on consumer discretionary, where we hold 7 stocks in our model portfolio. So out of the total consumption stocks that we hold, 8 consumption stocks, 7 are discretionary in nature and just 1 staple. We are big time overweight on real estate as well, where we have a 4% allocation. We are overweight on industrials, and also while we like auto and optically it's a neutral, but it's a sector which we continue to like. We had a overweight residing in it all through 2022 and 2023, but because the index weight of auto itself has gone up, so statistically it looks as a neutral positioning for us. Where we are underweight, we continue to have an underweight stance on IT and metals, and then neutralish on pharma and energy.
That was Gautam Dugar with his picks. Now let's move on our attention to ICICI Bank's former MD and CEO Chanda Kochhar. Now the Bombay High Court has criticized the arrest of Chanda Kochhar and her husband Deepak Kochhar by the CBI in a loan fraud case. A bench of Justices Anuja Prabhudesai and N.R. Borkar said that the arrest lacked proper consideration of facts and more. My colleague Charu joins in to share more on this.
Hi, Pragati. So, as we spoke about this earlier on Feb 6th, the couple was granted an interim bail in January last year itself. However, that interim bail was confirmed in February this year. Now, a detailed order where the court gave its reasoning for giving them bail has come today. So what the court has said that the reasons for arresting the couple, which were mostly about them not cooperating with the authorities, are very arbitrary and are not detailed in nature, and they did not warrant them to be arrested. That is why the court went ahead and said that it was an abuse of power on part of the CBI where they arrested the couple. Now, let's take a recap and see what has happened in the case. As we know that it has been an old case that has been going on since 2017. The court surprisingly found that when CBI issued notice on the couple, they already had the information which was required for them to proceed further, the information on which they acted to keep the couple arrested and in custody. And surprisingly, that was not used earlier the way it has been used in later stages. And apart from that, there was another ground that was raised saying that Chanda Kochhar, being a woman, has the right to have a woman officer present during her arrest as per the prevalent criminal laws. On this front, court did not find any fault on part of the authorities at all. However, the major point that court raised was that the arrest was arbitrary because the grounds were not very comprehensive in nature and were not big enough to warrant the arrest of the couple. That's all for now. However, it is also very important to note that in Supreme Court as well, the proceedings against the bail and the proceedings against the couple are going on, and some development on that front could also come up.
Right, Charu. Thanks so much. Once we have the developments on that, we will come back to you for all the updates. Let's move on to HDFC Bank. In an analyst meet held during the day, HDFC Bank MD and CEO Shashidhar Jagdishan spoke about the bank's business and how the franchise has been reasonably healthy. He doesn't even see the earnings trajectory getting impacted either. A chunk of the conversation for you.
It's wrong or right. We collectively took a call not to participate in some of the high-cost incremental flows. So which means that not only did we not participate, we had to give up some of the ones which came, which were there, came up for maturities. And yes, that would mean that it'll be way below the expectations. But as they say, one swallow does not make a summer. Well, it was said on the positive aspect of it, I'm saying on the reverse as well. So it doesn't mean that we will, we have a problem. I mean, when you say when you take the long-term average, we have continued to meet our expectations. This is something that we took a call, and maybe even if it will continue for a couple of quarters, we are all right. We are sanguine about it, but we still feel that our earnings trajectory should not be impacted.
Now, taking this ahead, in the same analyst meet, Jagdishan also spoke about India growth. He said that India is at a sweet spot and it is expected to get better after the election's outcome. Another chunk of the conversation for you.
India is in a very sweet spot as regards anyone else globally at this juncture. I guess post the verdict in the next elections, which is around the corner in May, we have a belief that it's going to be even better. I guess within that, you will have the checks and balances of fiscal responses and monetary responses, but that's normal in any business cycle and in any kind of to ensure that it's on track. But more than that, in the mid to long term, what I see India and where we are, we travel a lot and we have our distribution across the entire length and breadth of the country. So we do have a lot of customers across the country, and therefore the pulse at the ground level seems to be absolutely far greater than what we have ever seen in terms of energy levels.
That was HDFC Bank's MD and CEO. Let's move on to Paytm now. Paytm, as we rightly mentioned, was another company in our focus during the day. Brokerage firm Jefferies moved the company to not rated until the news flow calms down. And this comes after the RBI on Friday extended the deadline for curbs on Paytm Payments Bank to March 15 instead of the previous February 29th. My colleague Hersh joins in once again to decode all this and more for you.
Well, yes, Alex, very interesting Paytm developments continue. And let me first start off with what Citi feels on this change of stance which the RBI has made. First off, what they're suggesting is they need to try and understand better what kind of churn in terms of customers will happen on the Paytm platform. So they need to await with regard to the impact of this, full impact of this still awaited according to Citi. But what they're suggesting is largely the pain with regard to regulatory overhang is starting to wane off, because now it seems that with Paytm Payment Bank restrictions out of the way, it seems Paytm as a platform in itself is now being blessed by the RBI as long as it does not use Paytm Payments Bank, which seems to be the case. There seems to be a pathway towards that, and therefore while they continue to maintain a sell, continue to observe the kind of impact this will have on customers and relationships, they've given it a target price of 550. They also believe that the company has made good progress, if at all, with regard to this regulatory overhang. Second, on Bernstein suggests that RBI's actions are limited to the payment bank alone and believes that RBI's actions are not intended at disrupting the UPI system, which is a positive. They also see RBI as hinting at merchants being able to use Soundbox, which is again a big positive. And Paytm QR code continues to be used. The cutoff date extension, they believe, provides Paytm a longer window than earlier projected, which is again a positive. And they, on the risk side, they believe that no exception for bulk transfer of wallets and FASTags to another bank account continues to be a risk, but that was largely priced in and expected. They've given it a target price of 600 with an outperform.
That was Hersh with the wrap on the Paytm. Now, Sula Vineyards was also in our focus during the day's trade, where 12% of equity exchanged hands in two large trades. The stock was down 8% during the day. My colleague Mahima joins in with more on this. Mahima, massive action on the stock that we saw during the market hours. Do we know the buyers for this?
Right, so Sula Vineyards was in focus in trade today as 12% of its equity changed hand. Well, this is approximately 1 crore that changed hands in trade today, and this amounted to approximately 586 crores. Now, as per the term sheets, the major seller is Whirlin Invest, which has sold its 8.3% stake in Sula Vineyards. The remaining 3.7%, we don't know the sellers yet. However, if we talk about the major shareholders, there's HDFC, which holds around 9.5%. Then there's Goldman Sachs that holds around 3.5%. Then we have Quant, which holds around 4.3%, and SBI, which holds around 3.3%. Now, talking about Whirlin Invest divesting in Sula, in June 2023, it held around 20.91%. However, it sold 12.6% stake in August 2023, and now the remaining 8.3% it has sold today. Well, talking about the Sula performance overall, sequentially, Sula has done well in Q3 FY24. However, year on year, the Sula performance has been pretty much muted. Also, talking about the PE valuations, the Sula PE valuations have been increasing quarter on quarter, and Sula has also come out with a press release saying that they did not know that Whirlin Invest is going to par its stake in Sula, and they understand that this is purely an investment decision and there will be no material impact per se on the company. The sellers for the remaining 3.7% we'll know by the end of the day today, and the buyers also we'll know. So this is so far what we have on Sula.
That was the wrap for you on Sula Vinayas. We also have an update coming in on a new rubber scheme. Now, the government has revised the scheme for rubber production and increased the overall outlay. Let's go over to our colleague Janani for more on this.
That's right, Pragati. I'm here at the Commerce Ministry now, where we are learning that the sustainable and inclusive development of the natural rubber sector has been amped up. What does this really mean? There is an expansion of the current scheme that is already underway and an increase in outlay for the next 2 years. Now, considering this year and the 2 years to come till FY26, close to 1,000 crore is the outlay that they have planned. But who is this really benefiting? 13 lakh farmers and rubber plantation owned growers in India, primarily in the traditional areas, that is near Kottayam and Kerala, and even in the northeastern parts of India, will be some of the beneficiaries. Let's look at the area that will also be impacted by this. Now, through this increased outlay, the government wants to increase the plantation, or in fact replant some of the rubber in areas close to 12,000 hectares in traditional areas. This, like I said, is in Kerala, and around 3,700 hectares in non-traditional areas. This is more of in the northeastern region. But are we going to see immediate gains? No. Rubber plantations have a long gestation period, and it will take at least 7 years before this comes in full front and we get improved quality natural rubber in the country that is being grown. Why was this necessitated? I'll leave you at that. Currently, India's domestic capacity is only about 8.39 lakh tons. But India's consumption when it comes to natural rubber to make rubber products is at 13.5 lakh tons. This obviously is a deficit, and over 5 lakh tons of rubber is being imported every year from countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam. In order to bridge this gap, the government has decided to increase the outlay and improve the quality of rubber. So one, they can sustain the domestic demand and also have better price realization for the rubber that is there in the country right now. That's all we have for you. We'll get you more emerging details, but as of now, back to you.
Thanks so much, Janani, for bringing us that quick wrap and all those details. Let's slip into a short break, but please don't go anywhere because we have lots more lined up for you. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching The Reporter on NDTV Profit and I'm your host Pragati Oberoi. Now, Dharavi dwellers or the people who live in Dharavi that are not eligible for rehabilitation in Mumbai will now be rehabilitated on the salt pan land of Wadala and Kanjurmarg regions in Mumbai. And that's what the MP told NDTV Profit. He also added that the action plan will be made to provide financial help and generate more employment.
डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट के लिए वहाँ पे पात्र और अपात्र ये दो चीज़ें बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है। तो पात्र के लिए जो डिजिटल सर्वे वो अभी हम लोग ने स्टार्ट किया हुआ है और डिजिटल सर्वे के माध्यम से पूरे धारावी का जो भी रेजिडेंशियल एंड कमर्शियल उसका सर्वे होगा। लेकिन उसके साथ फर्स्ट टाइम मुंबई में हम लोग सोशल इकोनॉमी सर्वे कर रहे हैं। सोशल इकोनॉमी सर्वे करने का मकसद यही है कि धारावी का जो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है और जो स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री है उसको फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट मिलना चाहिए और जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलना चाहिए इसके लिए एक नया एक्शन प्लान वहाँ पे बनाया जाएगा। तो उनको घर के साथ उनका फ्यूचर भी बनाने के लिए एक नया मॉडल यहाँ पे बनाया जा रहा है और धारावी के जितने भी लोग हैं जो पात्र हैं उनका पुनर्वसन वहाँ पे ही हो जाएगा। लेकिन जो अपात्र लोग हैं उनका पुनर्वसन करने के लिए उनको इसके पहले जो राज्य सरकार ने निर्णय लिया था कि प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के तहत उनका पुनर्वसन किया जाएगा। और आपको पता है कि प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के प्रोजेक्ट मुंबई में कहाँ पे भी नहीं है और सभी प्रोजेक्ट मुंबई के बाहर है। तो ये लोगों के मन में एक चिंता थी कि हमारा जो अपात्र लोग हैं उनका भी पुनर्वसन मुंबई के बाहर किया जाएगा। लेकिन अभी जो सॉल्ट पैन की जगह उपलब्ध होने की वजह से उनका पुनर्वसन वडाला हो या कांजूरमार्ग उस जगह पे वहाँ पे होगा।
Well, now let's move on. The solar panel makers are of the opinion that government should postpone ALMM for one more year. We have Vikas joining in with more on this. Vikas, what are the solar panel companies saying and what exactly is this ALMM and why has it suddenly come up in all these conversations?
Yeah, right, Pragati. Basically, what had happened was that on February 9th, government had said, or rather MNRE had said that they will reimpose ALMM, which is approved list of manufacturers and models for solar panels from April 1. It was put in abeyance for last 1 year because India's domestic manufacturing capacity of solar panels is still not up to the mark or as per the demand or the requirement in the country. So that was put in abeyance. But now on February 15th, government has put this reimposition on hold, and that they have said will be till further notice. They have not given a specific reason for that, but as I said, developers had been asking for it because India's domestic manufacturing capacity or the operational capacity is only 12 gigawatt, whereas requirement is almost of 30 gigawatt if we have to meet the requirement of 2030 of 500 gigawatt. But of late what has happened is that India, despite approval under ALMM, the operational capacity is only 12 gigawatt. Although the nameplate capacity is much more than 20 gigawatt, still will take at least 1 year. So that is why developers are saying that it can be extended by at least 1 more year for them to reap the benefit of right now cheaper panel costs also. So they believe that imported panels would still be cheaper compared to the domestic panels, what they are getting right now.
All right, Vikas, thanks so much for bringing us those details. Let's quickly slip into a short break, but stay tuned because we have lots more lined up for you. Welcome back. You're watching The Reporter on NDTV Profit. Let's quickly take a look at all that we have covered so far. Indeed, a very action-packed day for some very important stories there with us. We had Paytm definitely leading the pack for us because Jefferies shifted the stock to not rated. Now, Paytm has been a part of our extensive coverage for a very long time because the RBI's action on Paytm Payments Bank had a natural impact on the parent company, that is the 197 Communications. And Jefferies, that is a very important brokerage firm, has now, since they've shifted it to the not rated aspect of it, has said that till the news flow settles, because there's naturally a lot of confusion and a lot of conversations going around there, that they have said that we will see and we will resume the coverage once the news flow settles. Another very important story that we took a look at was Chanda Kochhar, because the Bombay High Court criticized the arrest of Chanda Kochhar and her husband, calling it that the arrest lacked proper consideration of facts. Another very important story of the day and a part of our coverage was HDFC Bank analyst meet, because the bank's MD and CEO said that they are not foreseeing any impact on the bank's earnings. Now, let's move on to another very important story that is coming from the farmers' protests. After a bitter standoff between the farmers and security forces last week, the government has proposed to buy pulses, maize and cotton crops from the farmers in Punjab at the minimum support price for next 5 years. Now, after a fourth meeting between the farmers and government, yesterday there was some progress made post the massive face-off at the border last week. The protesting farmers have sought 2 days to talk about the proposal in their forums, while a decision on their other demands remains pending. NDTV's Mohammad Ghazli joins in for an update from Chandigarh.
Right now, what is happening is that yesterday, 3 union ministers met with the farmers and they gave a very innovative kind of proposal. And what the farmers called it a counter proposal, because the farmers were demanding legalization of MSP, along with 11 other demands, which includes the farm debt waiver, pension for farmers who are 58 years old and above, as well as swift justice and compensation for the victims of Lakhimpur Kheri case. And besides that, there were other demands as well. But the union government came up with a proposal which said that farmers from Punjab and Haryana will get a kind of contractual farming agreement with the government if they grow any crop other than the paddy crop. And the options provided by the union government were 3 kinds of pulses or dal, along with maize and cotton. The government said that if any farmer moves away from the paddy wheat cycle and tries to grow these 5 crops, then the government's agencies like Cotton Corporation of India and other marketing agency will get into an agreement with the farmers for 5 years to sort of procure their produce regardless of the quantity produced by each and every farmer. Now, the farm union leaders have said that they will go back in a huddle, speak to other union leaders who are part of this agitation, and then perhaps they will respond to the government whether they have agreed upon this proposal and whether there will be another round of talks, and perhaps then only it will be decided whether they will call off their protest or not. Farm experts say that this proposal by the government comes closest to what actually the farmers are demanding when they say that they want to legalize the MSP.
Well, thanks, Mohammed, for that update. That's all that we have for you on The Reporter. For all the latest news and updates, please keep watching NDTV Profit. Okay. Now, pesky calls have been a long-due problem to common people like you and I. A report by local circles revealed that Bajaj Finance and HDFC Bank have been the top offenders when it comes to dialing such calls. Now, my colleague Malika Mishra has more details from the report.
Hello. Good morning, ma'am. I'm speaking from XYZ company. Are you looking for a job or a job change? Have you been receiving unwanted calls from spam numbers? Are you tired of being offered new jobs, insurance schemes, or free health checkups? Well, today we will look at an interesting survey report by local circles on pesky calls that received 60,000 responses. Most unwanted calls are related to financial services, 54%, and real estate, 22%. In fact, the report has taken names. 40% mobile subscribers have identified Bajaj Finance as a top offender, HDFC Group as the second biggest pesky caller. The report reveals that 60% of people received 3 or more spam calls on an average day every day, and 92% of people registered on the Do Not Disturb list still get pesky calls. So is being listed on DND working? Clearly not. But the report also recorded a minute relief as per which 6% people don't get any such phone calls. This relief comes after the TRAI directive to banks, insurance companies, and other commercial entities. TRAI is the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. In fact, the Department of Consumer Affairs has constituted a committee comprising members of different regulatory authorities, telemarketing companies, and cellular industry to draft the guidelines to address the issue of pesky calls. So yes, pesky calls are still a worry, but there is a little relief too. Can you ignore them though? Toll-free numbers are identifiable, so institutions have found a new way. According to the report, calls from different mobile phone numbers that seem to belong to companies or brands have risen from 29% in February 2023 to 36% now. And look at the change in trend. Real estate selling has risen from 18%
Benchmarks close higher as Nifty ends just shy of its record high. Broader markets do better. Market breadth in favor of advances. Bombay High Court criticizes former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar and her husband's arrest by the CBI in the loan fraud case. Calls it an abuse of power. Farmers and the government meet in Chandigarh. Farmers say that the government must offer guarantees on all 23 crops and not just dal or maize. Air India and Tata Advanced Systems to invest 2,300 crore rupees in multiple projects in Karnataka aims to provide employment to over 1,600 people. Residents not eligible for rehabilitation under the Dharavi redevelopment project will be settled on salt pan land within Mumbai, Lok Sabha MP tells NDTV. Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching The Reporter and I'm your host Pragati Oberoi. As always, on this show, we will bring you updates from markets to national and international news. But before we delve deep, let's take a quick look at how the markets fared during the day. Nifty steers clear of all the Monday blues and hits a fresh life high of 22,171. My colleague Hersh joins in with a quick wrap of all the D-Street action.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Who is there online?
Sir, hi, I'm Pallavi.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you. Who is there online?
Okay. I'm Pallavi, sir. I'll be taking your
Pallavi,
interview.
Okay. ये निकल रहा है बार बार. हेलो. Hello.
Yeah, sir, you're audible to me.
Okay, Pallavi.
Yeah. Sir, just give us a couple of minutes. I'm just checking with my team. We should be able to begin any moment.
So your voice is a little low.
Okay. Is this better? Will it work better if I'm speaking a little more louder?
I think it is some problem here with this.
Okay.
ये कान में
Hi, PCR. Can you guys hear me? Huh. So my team is checking. Just give us a minute. We're trying to fix the issue at our end, and hopefully it should be sorted, and then we can start.
थोड़ा सा बाहर निकालिए, हल्का सा कान के अंदर वो कर रहा है, इको कर रहा है. हाँ ठीक है, एक बार देखते हैं. अभी तो आवाज आ नहीं रही, आएगी तब देखेंगे. कभी वाइब्रेट लगे तो थोड़ा हल्का. हाँ, हाथ से कर लेंगे.
Sir, is this better? Am I more audible now? Am I more clear?
Yeah, you are clear. Now you are more clear than required.
Acha, got it.
Thank you.
Okay, understood. ठीक है, works. Guys, we can start it. Okay. Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching a special where I'm in conversation with Sanjay Kumar Jain, Chairman cum Managing Director at IRCTC. Sir, thank you so very much for taking time out for us post your earnings release.
Thank you, Pallavi.
So, sir, to begin with, I'm actually curious to understand what is the strategy, what do you intend to do now that you finally incorporated a payment aggregator business?
So it's already incorporated and
Right.
discussion is underway, will come soon.
Okay, all right. So the catering business revenue growth was strong this quarter, and one of the reasons for that was because of the significant addition of trains, 41 trains in Q3, which took the total to 1,518. So was this growth also driven by seasonal demand, and how are you rating or looking at the performance of this vertical?
Yeah, catering segment, both our catering segment and tourism segment this quarter has given a wonderful result. Basically, there are two reasons for catering business to grow. First, the festive season this year fell in quarter 3 as compared to quarter 2 last year. And the other, as you correctly told, the addition of Vande Bharat and other trains in railway system.
Okay. And do you see demand continuing to remain strong given that we're heading into peak travel season, the summer season?
Yeah. You see, there is a huge growth in the railway sector in particular and economy in general. So any addition of trains gives us all the 4 business which IRCTC is into. First is ticketing, another is catering, third one is rail neer, and the fourth one is your tourism. So addition of a train has a multiplier effect on the business of IRCTC.
Absolutely. All right. So in the mobile catering segment, what is the status of the move to longer tenders for trains that you're currently tied up with? I understand that all trains are meant to move to the 5+2 years in a phased manner. What are the benefits associated with longer term tenders?
So there are two things. First thing is we have Railway Board, Ministry of Railway has recently come out with a new catering policy in which they have permitted clustering of trains and investment into base kitchen by the vendors, not only in railway premises but outside railway premises, which will give two kinds of benefit. First, they have assured business from IRCTC or railway, and additionally they can also work with in the private sector. So these are the two major changes what I am seeing here. This will bring investment into the for improvement of the quality, and at the same time the tenders are being done for 7 years. So longer period will help them in investing money and bringing quality and perceptible changes in what we see in the catering business today. So, and this ultimately will lead to a win-win-win situation for all. First, for our customer, another is for the vendor who is there, and last but not the least, the IRCTC.
Okay, all right. So would you also be able to give us an update on the non-rail catering business? What are the plans for expanding that particular segment, and what is the potential for revenue contribution going forward?
You see, it would not be good on my part to just specify some revenue, but I can tell you that we are already on. 9 such ventures are already in operation, and many more are coming. We are under discussion with them. So anything if you put on zero will be infinite growth. So when NRC was very low or almost zero, so whatever we are doing will have a very, very high reward ratio.
Okay, all right. The tourism segment saw the biggest revenue growth. It now accounts for about 17.5% of revenue. What are the drivers of growth going forward? Do you anticipate that the share in the revenue mix will rise further going forward?
If you first thing, the tourism sector growth is with the policy change by Railway Board and bringing this Bharat Gaurav train into this for IRCTC for developing for improving rail-based tourism. This is one such policy which is creating a huge business for IRCTC tourism. Like we have already tied up with entered into an MOU with Uttarakhand government for improving rail-based tourism, for bringing rail-based tourism to Uttarakhand. Similar requests are there with us from different other states, and quite a few we are sure that we'll be able to take in this quarter. It's not fair on my part till it is finalized to talk and tell anything. But this is under discussion. First
okay.
thing.
All
Second
right.
thing, tourism as a segment. Your second question was the segment, like how much percentage will be there in the overall mix. This thing, as you see, this kind of growth, this type of mix, like when we were adding catering, tourism, these two sectors will be growing. I am telling you because of two reasons. First is economy is already booming. There is a lot many capex in the IRC in the railway segment where they are putting investment to the rolling stock, to the infrastructure and releasing of capacity in the railways because of this DFC coming in. So what will happen? The scenario is very clear that the passenger business has to grow. When government is also talking of you need not wait for the waiting list, and it will. So all these will add. All these things will add to the business of IRCTC, and catering and tourism will grow, certainly going to grow in a good mix.
Okay, so at some point in this conversation, you touched upon rail-based tourism and how you were in talk with multiple states to further develop that. I do want to take that conversation a little bit forward. You've introduced the Indian Rail introduced multiple trains, more trains than there were to Ayodhya. What's that looking like? Has that sort of helped drive business by a little bit? Any update, any outlook you can give us on that?
You see, any place in India which is getting developed, be it Srinagar, be it Ayodhya, be it Banaras, wherever news, like we are also going to, like India is also thinking to promote Northeast. So wherever the tourism potential is there, and IRCTC is into the business of taking masses to the tourist places. So if you say Ayodhya, if you say USBRL when it is coming and taking trains up to Srinagar, so all this will lead to a good business for IRCTC in future, tourism business for IRCTC in future.
Okay,
so I'm not isolating any particular destination.
Right. Okay, got it. So what are the plans for expanding penetration of e-ticketing business? And to that, if I may add, can we someday expect you to look beyond ticketing for the railways?
I could not get you. I could not hear you properly. Can you please
initially,
repeat it?
Sure. So first and foremost, I do want to ask you about plans to develop the e-ticketing business further.
Yeah, you see, we have already incorporated iPay. So that is a value addition which will give to e-ticketing business which we are having. So that we are expecting will give a very good growth to us. So only thing what I am foreseeing or what we are seeing here is like value earning through value addition.
Okay, all right. Also, in terms of longer term strategy, any plans to expand the ticketing business beyond just the railways?
You see, it will be too early to say anything, but what I can just explain you, the ticketing environment as such, in ticketing industry per se, you see we have all the metros coming, like 19 metros are coming, all the so ticketing per se is a business which encompasses not only railways but all and everywhere. You go for cinema, there is also ticketing. You go for metro, there is a ticketing. You go for any event, there is a ticketing. So if you say the ticketing platform or ticketing business or ticketing industry, it is growing and growing and growing.
Right, absolutely.
Only thing is whether we want to go there or not.
Exactly my question. But anyway, so we've seen the IRCTC enter into food partnerships in recent months. Any more such partnerships that we can expect going forward?
Not as of now, but yes, if the potential is there, if the business is there, why IRCTC will not move that direction?
Okay, sir. All right. Well, that's it at my end, but thank you so much for taking time out for this conversation with NDTV Profit.
Thank you, Palani. Thank you.
Thank you, and stay tuned to NDTV Profit. We have a lot more coming up for you.
एक और है.
How many minutes was this?
ये हटा दीजिए. ये हटाओ.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
They are trying to grab ठीक है यार देखो ऐसा ना मेरे कान में घुसेड़ कर इसलिए मेरा नहीं तो आई हैव नथिंग टू मतलब मेरे को कुछ नहीं है आई नो दिस बिजनेस
We are here at Select City Mall in Delhi, where Shoppers Stop has launched its first boutique store for NARS in India. I'm joined by Bichu Kasim, who is the CEO of the beauty business at Shoppers Stop, to talk more about this. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time. Firstly, I would like to know, so NARS is a luxury brand, and if we have to see that the target audience is also very niche. So what is the distribution strategy for NARS going forward?
So well, NARS, as you rightly said, is an aspirational brand. It's an iconic brand. And the beauty consumers have been really waiting for this moment. We have had about 15 odd doors in the country between Shoppers Stop and Sephora. This is the first boutique in the country. So we will continue to be super selective in terms of distribution, but at the same time we will be available for people across the country, and we will have omni-channel. This means that you will have online and you will have also offline. So this is going to be the strategy for the brand in the country, and we will ensure that we reach the length and breadth of the country by virtue of being an omni-channel brand.
Absolutely. So in terms of numbers, in terms of the number of stores that you plan to open, boutique stores, be it standalone or be it shop and shop, is there a number to put?
Well, we have a desire to open 2 to 3 boutiques, up to 4 boutiques a year going forward every year. We will also have shop in shop, because the brand expression is at the best when it is a boutique store. And then when you have the shop in shop, you have also a great representation of the brand with the widest assortment of the products coming in. I think we will have anywhere between 3 to 5 shop in shops. And then obviously you will have the other formats, which is more the beauty specialty stores. That's going to be another 10 to 12 stores. So all put in about 15 to 18 stores, up to 20 stores a year.
Oh, that's great. So in terms of the luxury segment, how much does it contribute to the overall beauty business? And in terms of the brands also, if you could share some specifics on the new brands that you have tied up with.
So basically, if you look at it, this would be part of the super selective strategy. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the universe, you have close to 60 to 70 odd doors where many other brands are available. But we will start slow, because the decision of the brand is to build the brand. And the best expression of the brand comes through boutiques. So we will be super selective in distribution. In terms of weightage, I think be anywhere between 25 to 30% of the overall beauty universe to start with, but effectively going up to maybe 45 to 50% in the near future, but maintaining the brand equity, the brand perception, and the brand identity at its best, because our desire is to grow the brand in the right way, build the brand.
It is about 18%?
No, so NARS is still very young because we have launched the brand in October.
Okay.
So this is the first boutique. So we are getting probably another couple of boutiques between Bombay and Delhi. The focus is to be between Bombay and Delhi to start with, maybe 2 boutiques in Delhi, 2 boutiques in Bombay, and then eventually go to other metro cities from a boutique perspective. But shop in shop, we currently have 3 shop in shop, but the desire is to do anywhere between 8 to 10 shop in shops. And the 10 to 12 stores that we have between Sephora and others, we will do probably about 15 to 20 stores in the near future.
Okay, I was actually talking about the overall beauty business and not just NARS. So that contributes 18% if I'm not wrong.
Well, so for us at Shoppers Stop, you have 2 verticals. One is the retail vertical. So today at retail, beauty is growing at about 18%, when non-beauty is growing at about 9%. Now, Global SS is a fully owned subsidiary of Shoppers Stop, where we do distribution of brands. So NARS is one of the iconic brands that we have brought into that domain for distribution across the country. Apart from NARS, we also have brands like Clarins, we have brands like Armani, Prada, Valentino, and many more, right? So there we are growing the business, but as you know that this is still a very young business. We have had traditional players who have been operating in this space for the last 15, 20, 30 odd years. But we see that this is a business that will scale up very, very fast. And we also venturing into doing boutiques, shop in shop, and other formats for all these brands in the country.
Right. So on the macro trend, I would like to ask, discretionary spending has been a matter of concern, right? It's not just for the beauty business, but overall across whichever category we have to say. So coming to the beauty perspective, if you could throw some light on when do you actually expect, there is a premiumization trend that's happening, but in terms of the mass categories, there is a delayed recovery. So when do you expect recovery and how soon do you expect?
So to be very frank, we have been always talking about beauty business doing super well. The fact of the matter is it has not been the case. But of late, I can tell you that we see probably we are at an inflection point where beauty spending starts to be much robust and it's more consistent. So there are 2-3 factors. Obviously, the disposable income is really growing high, and the aspiration for consumers to indulge in prestige brands is also very, very high. And as you rightly put it, the premiumization journey is catching up very, very well because there is a lot of influence of international brands coming into the market. So overall, I would say that beauty is growing ahead of other categories, but beauty overall has seen easily 4 quarters of robust growth, which I believe is here to stay and will continue.
Okay, got it. And in terms of the quarterly sales, if we look at your numbers for Q3, it has been 262 crore for the beauty business. That is the highest quarterly sales, if I'm not wrong. Going forward, what is your top line projection? And even for the distribution business, I think it's the first year of operation.
Yes.
Yes, and it's been profitable in the first year itself. So if you could throw some light on that as well.
So I think you have captured the numbers quite well, and we have declared it during our quarterly results. As you rightly said, distribution business is a very young business, and we are competing with very, very established players. But the good thing, and this is a mantra that we follow, is to be doing business that are sustainable. And we are glad that the distribution business is on profitable track. We are already above break-even, and our desire is to continue to grow that at a rapid pace. And I think we should do similar numbers that we did for Q3. Primarily because Q3 was a very, very strong quarter, and the market is growing quite well, and we continue to see similar trends from a distribution point of view. Now, on a retail side of it, again, I would say Q3 trends to be the highest quarter, so I wouldn't really want to go and put a number to it, but we see consistent growth coming in Q4 also. So beauty is having robust growth coming in Q4 as well.
Okay, and lastly, I would like to put you in a spot by asking that what is the top line growth projections that you would like to, the next milestone rather for the beauty business would be?
So well, obviously we would like to, this is a wish list, we would like to do bigger and better than Q3.
Okay, but numbers?
But I would refrain from giving a particular number as such because we are very much early in this quarter. Right. The numbers are looking good. Okay. I can only tell you that the aspiration is to try and do a bigger and a bolder number than Q3.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You are watching IPO Adda and I'm your host Monal Sangvi. Joining us today will be the management of GPT Healthcare. The IPO opens on this Thursday, Feb 22, and it's open for subscription until Feb 26. We shall have the management, Mr. Anurag Tantia, who is the director, and Mr. Atul Tantia, the group CFO, joining us today. Thank you so much for taking our time, sirs.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Before we begin, a short background on the company. The company has a chain of 4 mid-sized multi-specialty hospitals operating in the east of India. The issue size is 525 crores, of which 40 crore is fresh issue, and there's an offer for sale for 2.61 crore shares. The overall the issue is open for subscription from 22 to 26, and 35% is for retail investors. Sir, I will now begin with you. And what is the use of the proceeds that you're trying to make out of the fresh issue?
So the use of the proceeds is primarily to pay the debt. We have about 46 crores of debt on the balance sheet as of December, and we will use 30 crores out of the proceeds to pay the debt, and the balance is for general corporate purpose.
Thank you, sir. So overall, can we get a sense of the kind of operations and business that your company is engaged in? And then we'll go to discuss more on the business model.
Sure. So we operate a chain of multi-speciality hospitals focused on the eastern part of the country. They are known by the brand name ILS Hospitals. We have 2 hospitals in Calcutta, 1 hospital in Howrah, and 1 hospital in Agartala. These hospitals are mid-sized in nature and are mostly located in densely populated areas. We try to locate the hospitals closer to the homes of the people and hope to deliver good quality healthcare services closer to the homes, rather than expecting patients to travel 45 minutes, 50 minutes to the closest tertiary care hospital. Right now, we are focused solely on Eastern India. Eastern India is a market which is underpenetrated from a healthcare point of view, and we have a vision to expand our presence across this geography.
So I was looking at your RHP, and you have plans to set up 2 new hospitals in Raipur and Ranchi. Can you elaborate a little on your expansion plans?
So we've signed 2 new lease agreements. The first hospital will be coming up in Raipur. This will be operational by this calendar year end. It's a 150-bed tertiary care center located right in the heart of the city of Raipur, and will be focused on a similar business model of a neighborhood tertiary care hospital. The second hospital is a greenfield hospital which is being developed in Ranchi on an asset-light basis. This will be commissioned by FY27. It is also around 140 beds and is a neighborhood tertiary care center.
What are the kind of funds that you're looking at that need to be deployed for this expansion, and how do you plan to come up with the resources required?
So for the Raipur hospital, we anticipate a fund requirement of almost 55 crores. And for the Ranchi hospital, a fund requirement of 50 crores. Both of these hospitals, like Anurag said, are an asset-light model. So the building will be on a long-term lease. The total 105 crores will be funded by a mix of healthy internal accruals. We have a cash flow to EBITDA conversion of north of 80%, which allows us to fund these growth opportunities. And we will also take on some equipment finance debt to fund these hospitals.
So just out of curiosity, so we're going for a public issue right now, and we're just raising 40 crore towards debt repayment, and we have a really high cash accrual system. So why the public issue? Why now?
Sure. So the market is ripe for public issues for companies like us. We are one of the few companies based out of Eastern India in terms of hospitals who have grown in the recent past and are growing as well. Obviously, the private equity investor, which is Banyan Tree, which is offering its full shares as OFS, has achieved its fund life, and they are looking to exit the entire business, and they will be rendering the entire shares as OFS.
Sure, sir. So, yeah, like you said, hospitals is the theme, has been the theme of last year, and I think it's going to be the theme this year as well. When I was trying to go through the RHP, there's one thing that struck me, and I think you've mentioned it very evidently there, that the bed occupancy levels are lower than most of the hospitals that we have in the region as well as on a pan-India basis. So what exactly are we doing on that front?
So the bed occupancy on an amalgamated basis is slightly lower because of the lower occupancy of our Howrah hospital, which is a new hospital commissioned only 3 years ago. That hospital is currently at 45% occupancy, because of which the amalgamated bed occupancy level is slightly lower. We are very confident in the next 2 years, as the hospital ramps up, the overall bed occupancy for our group will increase.
Sure. Also, I've been seeing that, since the past 3 years, we have close to 2 to 3% of our revenue that goes into bed expansion and installations. But if I were to look at the last 3 years, we've added 5 beds in FY23. So what exactly are these funds used for?
They're basically used for modernization of the equipments, even modernization of the existing beds, the rooms, converting some categories of rooms into something else. For example, we recently created the transplant unit in our Dam hospital. That required some capex as well. We are running one of the most successful renal transplants in that part of the country as well right now.
Okay. Any plans of expanding on our current facilities as well?
So the current facilities are in a very densely populated neighborhood. So they have maximized their FSI. They don't have any space for additional beds. We do have some space in our Agartala hospital, but that is running currently at almost 60% occupancy. Once it achieves an optimal occupancy, we will look at expanding that facility.
Sure. Also, a couple of other geographies were stated as identified by all. I think there's Varanasi, Patna, Guwahati, Kanpur, Cuttack. So by when do you expect this plan to be set into motion?
So, as I said earlier, Eastern India is a geography we are looking at, and these cities like Varanasi, Patna, Kanpur, etc. are closely related to Calcutta as a part of Eastern India. We've already setting up 2 hospitals in Ranchi and Raipur. We are looking at one more opportunity in this part of the country, in cities like Banaras, Guwahati, etc. And we are hopeful to get something on board by FY27.
So this is going to be an inorganic one, is going to be an acquisition, or it's going to be a greenfield?
We are looking at inorganic opportunities for this.
Sure, sir. So I would like to understand the payer mix that you currently have for your hospital chain.
So in terms of the payer mix, we have one of the best in the industry. We have 95% as cash and insurance patients and 5% from these government schemes and corporate tie-ups. This allows us to have a negative working capital cycle and leads to better cash flow to EBITDA conversion, like I said earlier.
And so if I could also go ahead and ask for a breakup between the cash and the insurance portion.
Sure. So in terms of the cash and insurance patient, differs across the hospitals, but at the network level, it's almost 40% cash and 45%, 50% cash, 45% insurance, which is 95% in terms of cash and insurance, and 5% is these government schemes and corporate tie-ups.
Also, our average revenue per occupied bed is on the lower side when we look at peers. So are we trying to ramp that up? How will it be? And also with the new insurance regulations that are coming in when it comes to cashless, if that were to come into play, would it have any impact on this average revenue?
So our average revenue per bed is at 34,000, which is a conscious call of the management to keep it at optimal level, because that is a strata of the society which needs good quality healthcare. We are almost 30% lower than many of the national chains. But having said that, we are able to maintain our return ratios as well as EBITDA despite having an optimal RPOP. In terms of insurance penetration and how it will affect us, we are empaneled with the larger insurance companies, the GIPSA, as well as the private insurance companies. And obviously, it is a continuous discussion with them in terms of the packages, in terms of the rates, and we will renew the contracts as and when they come up for renewal.
Sir, on the ARPOB front, do you believe our margins, EBITDA margins and PAT margins are still lower than most of our peers? So do you believe that we could bump up our ARPOB so that we could get some better operating margins? And also we have 2 new expansions that are planned. So going forward, how do you think the margin profile is going to work out?
So in terms of the ARPOB improvement, we would improve the ARPOB only by inflationary price hikes. We do not look at improving the ARPOB at a much higher level. Our ARPOB is at 34,000, which is a quite optimal ARPOB for that part of the country. We do not anticipate to improve the ARPOB to almost the levels at which most of the national chains operate at. The EBITDA margin would improve by 100 to 200 basis points once the occupancy of Howrah, like Anurag said, would ramp up from the current 40-45% to almost 60-65% going forward. Most of our mature hospitals are giving an EBITDA margin north of 25%, and we anticipate Howrah to also meet that kind of EBITDA margin going forward as well. The PAT margin would obviously grow in tandem with the EBITDA margin going forward.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure having you.
On issues which the people of Kerala are very, very tired of. Like you have rampant corruption in Kerala. And then the state government there tried to bring a Logayita Amendment Act. The second time was the University Amendments Act, where again you had many instances of the state government actually using many malpractices to appoint a lot of people in many of universities which are against norms and regulations. And both these times, the state government actually tried to dilute the powers of the government so that they can act on the way they want to act. Both the times, yes. So this had been going on. Then you had...
I'm sorry, I have just 1 minute left in this conversation to go into so much detail. I have a very simple question to both of you. First to you, Dr. Sivadasan, and then I'll give you a quick response from you, Anil Antony. Is it possible to end this confrontation, or do you believe it's only going to get uglier? Because this is virtually a dangerous confrontation which we've seen played out in other states, but seems to be getting much worse in Kerala. Is there no end in sight? First to you, Dr. Sivadasan.
This governor is trying to make the issues. He is nominating the criminals to the Senate. It should be stopped. The governor should stop these kind of things. Otherwise, this is not a confrontation. The governor should respect the state government and the democratic process and the constitution of the nation. Otherwise, here the word confrontation is not suitable here. Our request to the governor, he should follow the constitutional procedure. How he has
okay, last word to you, Anil Antony. Quick last word.
That is why SFI is protesting. SFI is protesting. That is why. Why Anil Antony is very silent on this issue? AK Antony's statement is there. Then why the Congress and BJP leaders?
Anil Antony, quick last word from you before I wrap up. Just 10 seconds.
In the last few
Do
months,
you see this confrontation coming to an end or not?
I'll just put it in 2 sentences. A few months back, the governor who is having Z plus category, who is a constitutional office bearer, his basic security couldn't be guaranteed by the state government and his security was compromised multiple times. So finally, the central government had to take charge. So if this is the way things are happening in the state, if this is how the CPM government is ruling the state, then the governor will have to...
Both of you have made your points. The hope is that there will be some kind of semblance of decorum maintained in that relationship between the Raj Bhavan and the state government, but that doesn't seem to be happening. But moving on from the politics of Kerala now to the latest buzz in Telugu cinema, actor Varun Tejtarar, Operation Valentine, is all set to hit the theatres this March. The much-hyped movie will release in Telugu and Hindi based on the Pulwama attack and the subsequent airstrikes. In election season, the actor, who's the nephew of Telugu stars turned politicians Pawan Kalyan and Chiranjeevi, hints at being open to even a political role. He spoke exclusively to my colleague Uma Sudhir.
एयरफोर्स को किसी और देश में भेजना, it's a declaration of war.
Hello and welcome to this special show. Feb 14 is a date that we all associate with romantic love, but since 2019, the day has also been marked as a black day. Operation Valentine is a new film that's come. It's going to be released on the 1st of March, and it is in Hindi as well as in Telugu. And I have with me Varun Tej, who plays the fighter pilot in it. You have the looks for it, and you have the height for it. How did you prepare for this film, and tell us what it is attempting to do, because all of us know that this is something that speaks about patriotic love.
Right, Ante, two things. Obviously, the prep was quite important because the representation of IAF or Air Force pilot, we wanted it to be as realistic as possible. So definitely on paper, the detailing and all my director did. So to look and act like a fighter pilot, obviously there's a physical part of it, to look like one, to look agile and all of that. Because my previous films I was kind of muscular, I played a boxer and all, so I had to shed some muscle for this and look more lanky and agile. So that was going on the other side, and when you had to get into the shoes of a fighter pilot, their body language or their nuances and all of that, I luckily got to spend a lot of time with real Air Force pilots for this film. I think from hearing their stories, from hearing from their missions, from their training, or how their journey has been from their hometowns to how they're ultimately at an Air Force base, serving there from tens of years. I think all those stories really had an impact on how I played or how I could play this role of Arjun Dev.
अगर हम ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहे तो
देश नहीं बचेगा, सिर्फ बॉर्डर्स रह जाएंगे। ये देश गांधी जी के साथ साथ सुभाष चंद्र बोस का भी है। रुद्र, you won't survive this.
So Operation Valentine, obviously Pulwama comes to mind, what happened, and before that, whatever the attacks that happened, and this is kind of a revenge that the soldier is doing on behalf of the country.
Right. It was like an answer to what happened on Feb 14. And basically the episodes, we were actually inspired by true events. So majorly it was the Pulwama and the Balakot that happened. Yeah. We have, obviously as common people, there's a very little information. I've seen some articles on TV, news articles and all that. That is very limited. Somewhere me and the director felt these sacrifices have to be told out. They should know what went through or how their training was or how their planning was behind it. So when you see it, when you read it, it sounds so easy that they went and they just eliminated a certain terrorist group or their base. But when you read it, it sounds so easy. But our intention was to show how difficult it was to plan for that, or how tough it is, or how their mental state was when they were going there. And luckily, when we were in Gwalior Air Base, when I had some time, I was interacting with some ground staff. So they were telling me that none of them at the air base knew that this was happening. And suddenly all their phones were confiscated and they were all put in a room. So they didn't want this information to go out. So all this, we wanted to tell people and just remind them that these things don't come easy. And I just want to, it's like a tribute to what our Air Force did.
I must say that you also belong to such an eminent family. All of Ramcharan is his cousin, and his sister is an actress herself, and all in the family. So you've seen something.
Few of them, yes.
Grown up with films as well. So was becoming a film hero your target?
It was not. My target was initially not an actor, but the thing is,
not before the camera, but behind.
Yeah, behind. Because I was very shy. I wasn't sure of which field, which craft I wanted to do. But I was very sure from a very young age, that this is the industry that I want to work with. Because I grew up at home. Growing up, I used to see my dad go to sets, shoot. The discussions were about cinema at home.
Dad is an actor. Chiranjeevi is your uncle. Pawan Kalyan is your uncle.
I would go to my Chiranjeevi daddy's uncle's films, shootings.
Well, that was Varun Tej, but now to some breaking news coming in on that confrontation between the Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan and the state government there and the SFI protesters. We believe Governor Khan has said this: I have said several times that if protesters come near my car, then I will step down. One thing should be clear in their minds: I'm not going to be frightened. I believe in facing the brutes. Most importantly, he says this SFI and Popular Front of India joint venture, SFI, has recruited PFI volunteers, he alleges. Remember, PFI is banned under UAPA. Joining me now is NDTV Senior Managing Editor Nikunj Garg with the latest. Nikunj, serious allegations made by the Governor of Kerala. He has insinuated in the past that PFI members are part of the Black Flag protest, but this time saying clearly that SFI is patronizing PFI.
Well, absolutely, Veera. This is a serious allegation coming from a high constitutional authority like the Governor of Kerala. And what he's essentially saying is that the student wing of the left party, which is the SFI, is patronizing an organization or the cadres of an organization which has been banned by the Ministry of Home Affairs under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, country's omnibus anti-terror law. So while PFI stands banned, PFI offices all sealed, and PFI cadres put behind the bars under the directions of MHA. The Kerala governor is saying that its cadres are roaming free, at least in the state of Kerala, and they are being patronized by the student wing of the left parties in that state. So that's a very, very serious charge that the governor is making. One hopes that behind those charges, governor has done the necessary veracity of the claims that he's making, and is sure of the fact when he's speaking in the public, because I'm quite sure the left parties and the government there are not going to take easy to this allegation.
Right. You're right, Nikunj. It comes in the backdrop of that serious ideological and political exchange playing out in Kerala, often reaching acrimonious levels there. But this, as you point out, is a very serious charge there from Kerala Governor Muhammad Arif Khan. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. The news continues here on NDTV.
Brought to you by बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया, अल्ट्राटेक, देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट, and the bold look of cola.
Celebrate this BMW Joy Days with the irresistible BMW 2 Series Grand Coupe at rupees 49,999 per month and avail amazing depreciation benefits.
by Cola. Wish everything cared for your skin.
मेरे भाई अरविंद कुमार की कुछ महीने पहले एक्सीडेंट में डेथ हो गई। उन्होंने पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिया हुआ था, जो अब भाभी के घर के खर्च और बच्चों की पढ़ाई में काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने क्लेम दिलवाने में हमारी पूरी मदद की।
क्लेम के टाइम पे आपकी हेल्प के लिए हमेशा तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 470 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
फरवरी 2018, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने उत्तर प्रदेश को की $1 ट्रिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने की शुरुआत। फिर हुई निवेश परियोजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने की शुरुआत। सुदृढ़ कानून व्यवस्था, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्रेंडली नीतियों से यूपी बना ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स की पसंद। अब उत्तर प्रदेश माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के विकसित भारत के संकल्प को कर रहा मजबूत। देश में पहली बार 10 लाख करोड़ से अधिक की 14,000 से अधिक निवेश परियोजनाओं की एक मंच से होने जा रही है शुरुआत। खुलेंगे 34 लाख से अधिक रोजगार के द्वार। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कर कमलों से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग सेरेमनी का शुभारंभ 19 फरवरी को लखनऊ में ऐतिहासिक पल के साक्षी बने।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 9 सालों में 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प, विकसित भारत।
मुझसे नहीं हो गया।
उनको देख रहे हो? क्या संगीत तक ये स्टेप सीख पाएंगे? ये खूबसूरत चिंता आप करिए। शादी के पर्सनल लोन की चिंता हम संभाल लेंगे विद इंस्टेंट अप्रूवल एंड ओवरड्राफ्ट लाइक बेनिफिट्स।
लोन चाहिए तो पैसाबाजार.com पर जाओ। यहाँ आपको मिलेंगे 60+ लोन ऑप्शंस, वो भी बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स के साथ विद मिनिमम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। पैसाबाजार.com, लोन सही मिलेगा यहीं।
माँ हमें दुनिया की काली नजर से बचाती है।
माँ हमारे सपने सजाती है।
माँ हमें पढ़ाती है, बढ़ाती है।
माँ हमें पैरों पर खड़ा करती है।
माँ हमारे लिए कितना स्ट्रगल करती है।
माँ हम सबको मजबूत बनाती है, लेकिन माँ को मजबूत कौन बनाता है? मोदी जी। किसी को नल देकर,
किसी को गैस, किसी को टॉयलेट देकर,
किसी को बिजली, किसी को लोन देकर,
तो किसी को डिजिटल बनाकर।
मेरी माँ मजबूत तो भारत माँ मजबूत, ये मोदी सरकार की गारंटी है।
थैंक यू मोदी जी।
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं। मेरा फ्लैटमेट जस्ट लाइक माई मॉम।
कपड़े आज धोएगा या अगले साल?
हेलमेट। ओए उठा। इसीलिए ना आई गॉट अस एयरटेल का फैमिली प्लान। 2 कनेक्शंस सिर्फ 599 में। मतलब वे बेटर देन अलग अलग रिचार्ज ना।
सुन, नाश्ता बनाऊं?
फ्रेंड्स हो या कॉलीग्स, सबके लिए है एयरटेल फैमिली प्लान।
ऑल्सो अवेलेबल फॉर रियल फैमिलीज।
Electronic seat by Cola. Wish everything was this intelligent.
you're watching We the People. I'm Rishika Barua. Farmers are back on the road. The last week has seen yet another bitter standoff between security forces and the farmers. Tear gassed, subjected to rubber bullets, and shut out of Delhi's fortified borders. Today on We the People, we'll actually decode what is it that the farmers are demanding and whether this demand for MSP is viable, what is MSP, and what it means for you and me, the consumer. So what is MSP? It is essentially minimum support price. It's the minimum price at which the government procures crops from farmers. It was enacted to ensure that a fair return is given for the farmer's investment. Currently, there are 24 crops, including rice, wheat, chana, moong, that fall under the MSP umbrella. What are farmers demanding? Farmers very simply are saying that we want MSP on all crops and further a legal guarantee for the same. So while there are 23 crops that are currently under MSP, there is no statutory backing for these either, which essentially means that the government can choose to not buy crops at MSP because it isn't a legally binding thing. Further, the farmers are now demanding that the MSP calculation should be revised according to what the late Bharat Ratna MS Swaminathan headed commission had actually recommended. So the government has fixed MSP at 1.5 times the cost that is incurred by the farmer plus family labor that goes into cultivating the crop. Farmers want 50% markup on the cost based on the inclusion of land value as well. This is what the Swaminathan Commission had recommended back in a report that was filed in 2006. We won't get into too much technicality, but what we will do is put out a graph for you in just a bit, which will explain to you what the rough estimate of cost is going to be between what the government has currently put MSP at and what the change farmers want according to the Swaminathan Commission report. That aside, the government remains hopeful that talks will lead to a solution. Interestingly, the government has also maintained in its stance that they need to balance the right of the farmers and the right of the consumers. So is this really some kind of a balancing act? Is it really like a farmers versus consumers kind of a debate? This is what has prompted us to ask on We the People this evening, if it is really a consumers versus farmers balancing act, what will the farmers' demand for MSP mean for you and me? Will it lead to a rise in food prices, fall in food prices? What does it mean for inflation? We look to answer and simplify this entire debate for the benefit of the consumer on the other side. We have a panel of experts. We'll ask them two simple questions. Is a legal guarantee for MSP viable? And what does this farmer MSP demand essentially mean for us? Well, joining us on the broadcast, Devendra Sharma. He's a leading food and agriculture policy expert. Harish Damodran, he's a senior journalist who's written about this entire MSP calculation in great detail. Professor Apurv Javadekar, he is assistant professor of finance with the ISB and also a former research director at the RBI. We also have Guni Prakash, member of the MSP committee, and we're hopeful that Yogendra Yadav will be joining us. He's a former president of Swaraj India. He'll be joining us in just a moment. But, you know, just in order to put this entire story in perspective, I want to first begin by asking you, Mr. Guni Prakash, you are a member of this MSP committee that was set up in order to look into these demands. It's a different story that after the first farmer agitation, nothing really came off this committee. In fact, the farmers didn't even accept the constitution of this committee. आप इस कमिटी पे रह चुके हैं. गुनी प्रकाश जी, आप बताइए हमें कि जो फार्मर्स की एमएसपी की डिमांड है, क्या वो डिमांड वायबल है, क्या वो डिमांड पॉसिबल है सरकार के लिए?
नहीं, हमारी मीटिंग जब किसान आंदोलन के बाद जो कमेटी हुई थी, उससे पहले किसानों ने कभी भी उस आंदोलन के 3 कृषि कानून में उन्होंने कभी भी एमएसपी की बात नहीं की. लेकिन आखिर में जब वो तय हुआ तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एमएसपी को सुनिश्चित और पारदर्शी करने के लिए उन्होंने कमेटी बनाई थी, जिसमें 3 जो सदस्य है वो संयुक्त किसान मोर्चा के भी शामिल किए थे. लेकिन उन्होंने उस समय उसका बायकाट कर दिया, उन्होंने बात नहीं की. उसके बाद हमारी कमेटी ने कार्य किया और उन्होंने सोचा कि भाई किसान को कैसे एमएसपी सुनिश्चित किया जाए, किसान को कैसे मार्केट किया जाए, भाव दिया जाए. उसके ऊपर हमने काम किया और हमारी कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट है वो लगभग तैयार है, जो हम प्रधानमंत्री जी को देने वाले हैं। लेकिन उसके बाद
एक बहुत सिंपल सवाल है गुनी प्रकाश जी, हम इस पूरे स्टोरी में फॉर और अगेंस्ट में नहीं घुसना चाहते हैं, हम वी द पीपल पे सिर्फ एक मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं कि क्या ये डिमांड पॉसिबल है और लोगों पर, आम आदमी पर इस डिमांड का क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा।
बिल्कुल, जो इसकी गारंटी की बात है एमएसपी की, वो बिल्कुल संभव नहीं। हमने पूरी कमेटी में बात की, वो हमने संभव नहीं माना कि एमएसपी की गारंटी की बजाय हमने कहा कि एमएसपी के साथ साथ बाजार भी होना चाहिए। जो आज बाजार बंद किया हुआ है सरकारी नीतियों के खिलाफ, लेकिन जो आप उसको कह रहे हो कि हाँ जी
ठीक है, आपने ये सुनिश्चित कर दिया है गुनी प्रकाश जी की जो कमिटी है उसका ये मानना है कि एमएसपी फीजिबल नहीं है सरकार के लिए, बट वी हैव अदर वॉइसेस ऑन द शो एज वेल who will hopefully
मैडम एक मिनट मैंने ये कहा कि उस समय हमने इस पर चर्चा की, अभी हमारी कमेटी की रिपोर्ट अभी नहीं आई। वो हमने बताना है कि कमेटी में क्या क्या हमारे मुद्दे हैं, उस पे हमने सबने अभी फैसला करके रिपोर्ट देनी है, रिपोर्ट के बाद ये तय होगा। लेकिन ये बात आई थी कि ये संभव नहीं है, जो एमएसपी की गारंटी की बात है
वो हमें समझ में आ चुका है, क्योंकि स्वामीनाथन कमीशन रिपोर्ट 2006 में जारी की गई थी. This report was made public in 2006 and since then there has been no MSP for all and neither has there been a legal guarantee for MSP. So where the government stands and where the committee stands essentially is, I mean, it's no secret that they believe that the MSP is not viable. But there is another side to the story as well, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Devendra Sharma, as a food and agriculture expert, my question to you is very simple. The government buying crops at a certain cost from the farmers with MSP or without MSP is bound to make a difference at the cost at which the crops are being sold, which means it is bound to impact the consumers. How does the MSP demand impact consumers? Very simply, if you can explain that to us.
Well, first of all, let's be clear, there is no other way than to legalize MSP in this country. If you really want to pull farmers out of the distress that they are living in, there is no other way. Why I am saying this is that if the MSP gets legalized, we must understand that 50% population in India is engaged in farming. Okay, which means about 700 million people, if I include the families, are dependent on farming. Right. Now, just see, out of this 700 million, this is the family size, but the farmers, if I take it, only 14% farmers, according to the information that was presented in Parliament recently, are getting MSP. And the rest of the farmers, which means 86% farmers, are dependent on the markets. Right. If the markets were so good, there is no reason why farmers should be protesting. You will agree with that. If the markets were so good, there is no reason why the European farmers would be protesting.
So that is the side of the farmers which we understand. But like I said, my question is slightly different. I appreciate your thought and I appreciate where you're coming from. But the question is slightly different. That is this demand going to impact consumers? Because if government is buying at a lower price, it's going to impact potentially the price at which it's being sold as well, right? So what does it mean for you and me? That's my question. If you could explain that to our viewers.
I think before we get on to this, we need to be a little clear about what it means for the country. And don't forget, the producer is also the consumer in India. Unlike America or other countries where the population of farmers is very low, roughly 1% or 2%, in India, the producer is also a consumer. Right. The tragedy is that when we talk of consumer, we don't even talk of farmer. Okay. That's the tragedy. In fact, all these years, consumer has gained at the cost of the farmer. And consumer has never discussed how should we help out or bail out the farmer. Okay. That's the tragic situation. Right. And this is because we have been made to believe that agriculture has to be sacrificed for the sake of the industry. All macroeconomic policies are aiming at keeping food prices low. I don't understand, if you are a consumer also, how does aloo pyaj impact the country's economy? Imagine आलू प्याज का भाव बढ़ता है, the prices go up. The Reserve Bank of India tells us, the inflation has gone up, so we must do something to keep inflation back onto the same kind of a trajectory that they have fixed up, or the kind of a kind of a line that they have drawn, 4% plus and minus 2%.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I would or viewers would entirely agree with you on the aloo pyaz analogy, because it does impact household budget in a huge way. We're not talking about macroeconomic implications here, but micro. I appreciate your point. I appreciate your point, but I want to take this question to Yogendra Yadav. Yogendra Yadav, the reason we're debating this and the reason we're talking about this on We the People is because if you look very closely at what the government is saying, they are saying that the rights of the farmers need to be protected, but also the rights of the public and the consumers, almost pitting it as a farmer versus consumer narrative. Now, Devendra Sharma has very nicely put it that the farmer is also the consumer, and one respects that side of the debate. But is this really a farmer versus consumer debate? Break it down and explain it to consumers who are watching.
May I begin by saying that in a discussion on MSP, this cannot be the first question. Yes, it's a legitimate question. Yes, we should be concerned, worried about its implications for food inflation. Yes, it's a valid question. But allow me to first rattle off a few things before I answer the specifics of the consumer. Because it's a legitimate question, but cannot be, because in this question, in this country, 50% or more are producers. So the MSP as a policy is mainly targeted at protecting the producer in the country. The questions are, A, is it morally justified? Devenji has clearly said it. That basically farmers are only saying, you have been declaring something called minimum support price for last 60 years. Please honor your own commitment. B, is it okay in terms of economic rationality? Yes. Markets are distorted if there is intervention by the state, but markets interventions take place all over the world. Don't we have minimum wages? Don't we have MRP? In this country, don't we even get into airlines prices and such like? And of course, as Devenji has reminded, we intervene the moment consumer prices go up a bit. So the government intervenes in the market. If you do so, then you might as well intervene in favor of the producer as well.
Okay, fair point.
Three, the question is it fiscally possible? Because that's a question that has been raised again and again and again.
Yes.
And unfortunately, there's so much of baseless fear-mongering which is going on in the country.
Why do you say
10 lakh
that?
crore rupees, 16 lakh crore rupees. Now, the simple answer is you would spend 10 lakh crore rupees if you purchase all the 23 crops of this country and burn it or throw it in the Indian Ocean. That's when you would spend that amount. It's an elementary school arithmetic that your actual loss or gain is the difference between your purchase price and your sale price. When the government purchases these things, they also sell it.
Yes.
So it's only the difference. And CRISIL, not me, don't believe me, but CRISIL is a serious economic organization. They have come up with a figure 3 days ago to say if the government had respected the present MSP level, it would have, if the government had made up the gap between actual market price and the current MSP, the cost would have been 21,000 crore rupees. Yes, last year was a relatively better year. Normally, it would be a little more expensive than that. I had done calculation for 2017-18 with my colleague Kiran Bisa.
Yes.
Our conclusion was that it would have cost 47,000 crore rupees. So let's say 50,000 crore rupees. Can't this country afford that? In a country where you are willing to give 1.5 lakh crore rupees of product-linked incentive to industries, where you are willing to lower their corporate tax rate in the hope that something would happen.
Yes.
So isn't that possible? Yeah.
Like I said, I respect that thought, and I give you a moment to address the larger MSP question. But, we've had several debates on the larger MSP question, but I think the consumer question is equally important. So I'll ask you this again.
Let me come to that.
If the government is buying at a certain price, they're also selling at a certain price, does it impact the market?
It will have some impact on the market. There is no doubt.
Yes.
But the projections being made are utterly unrealistic. Please remember, number one, for example, the farmer gets what? MSP for wheat is about 22 rupees a kg. 22 rupees 50 paisa a kg is the market rate. All right, is the MSP. Let us say without MSP, the market rate would have been 18 rupees or so. All right. How much do you and I pay for atta when it comes to the market? We pay at least 40 if it is low brand. And there's a minor cost of, turning wheat into atta. Or if it's a better brand, premium things, we pay 60 rupees,
okay,
50,
fair.
60 rupees. So the point I'm making is the increase for farmer is a tiny proportion of the actual thing. If you really are serious about consumers, for heaven's sake, do something about the middlemen. And number two,
that's a fair point.
If you, so that's one. And number two, if you actually, it is unfair to put it is entirely legitimate for the government to protect poor consumers.
Okay.
But you tell me, why should you and I get subsidized wheat, which is what we are getting right now?
Fair point. You made
subsidized?
several important points, and I have two other panelists who I want to pose these questions to. To you, Professor Apurv Javadekar, first, do you agree with what Yogendra Yadav and Devendra Sharma have just said? In principle, do you think that, of course, it does, the MSP guarantee does come at a cost. However, the costs and benefit analysis needs to be done in a fair manner.
Thank you, first of all, for having me on the show. So I'll just, in terms of the fiscal calculation numbers quoted, some numbers around 10 lakh crores have been quoted, which are not correct.
Yes, which I think all panelists have agreed. Yes.
Yes, but there is a point that gets ignored, is that government needs to buy and sell, and right now we are sitting, even when government does not buy everything and buy just say 30-40% of the rice production, 20% of wheat production, we are still sitting on huge amount of buffers in FCI, Food Corporation of India, and even after distributing enormous amount of grains and cereals under various government schemes, management of FCI stock is impossible beyond a point.
Okay.
And that means that when government buys so much under MSP legally, the offloading period is going to be, we are not talking about couple of months, but couple of years perhaps. And so that means upfront investments of 10 lakh crores or 6 to 8 lakh crores at least. That's the working capital requirement. And that means there is going to be sustained borrowing. Right now we are borrowing 11 lakh crores.
But there have been arguments, right, on how the government doesn't have to buy all under MSP. You can give a certain amount of MSP on all crops, but not all purchase has to be bought on MSP.
Can I come in for 1 minute on that?
Yes, please.
I think my friend makes a very fair point that if you were to purchase all the crops at MSP, the operational implications are very large.
Yes.
You have to put in a certain investment. And yes, there's a lot of wastage in FCI. There's a lot of inefficiency in the entire system. And therefore, we have been saying, farmers' movements have been saying, we do not want the state to purchase all crops.
Yes.
And I think that is the basic confusion in everything, because we confuse MSP with procurement.
Yes.
There are three ways of ensuring MSP. Procurement is only one of them. Second is market intervention to uplift the prices. Third is import-export policy. And fourth is deficit payment.
Right.
Which can be done. You don't have to purchase.
Professor Javadekar, if I can take this back to you very quickly. Impact on consumers. I think Yogendra Yadav has established that, of course, it will impact the consumers, but at some level we need to balance that impact and maybe look at the larger debate on middlemen as well when we're looking at MSP. Do you agree with that, Professor Javadekar?
Yeah, those are fair points. I think the middleman costs in Indian agriculture
but how much of an impact will it have on consumers?
I think, it is very difficult to put a number as to how much food inflation will go up.
Yes.
But one has to understand that it will, definitely it will. And even if the wheat prices go up by 4 rupees for a poor household, that's quite a bit per kg, right? That's one. Second, even if 50% of our country is producer of the agriculture, MSP will necessarily benefit richer farmers more. That's the point that gets ignored, because it is based upon per kg calculation. And so schemes like direct benefit transfers might help, might be able to help poor farmers better. So that is my economist's perspective here.
Right.
That,
that's an interesting perspective. But Harish Damodran, I read the piece that you wrote in the Indian Express, and you've essentially argued what we heard both Devendra Sharma and Yogendra Yadav talk about, which is the feasibility and the fact that this is not going to be an entirely, it's not going to be a fiscal disaster entirely as many are projecting it to be. But how do you look at this entire number game in terms of the consumers? Like Professor Javadekar says, even a 2 to 4 rupee increase in the prices of, say, essential commodities like wheat or rice will have an impact on the middle class and on poor households. How do you look at the numbers? You've had a deep dive into the numbers.
Okay. Do you mind if the farmer is assured of a, say, price of, say, 12 rupees per kg for onion, or say 15 rupees per kg for potatoes? I don't think it's going to harm you and me, because we are anyway paying 30 rupees, whatever, 25 rupees kind of thing.
Okay.
So I think the assurance of a minimum support price, it has to come, in some way or the other. Let's get two things right. Okay. Number one, India has many mouths to feed. India is not Chile or New Zealand. Okay. Those are huge producers, but not necessarily big consumers. Whereas we have many mouths to feed.
Yes.
Okay. And those mouths cannot be fed through imports. Okay. Our farmers will have to produce. Okay. And farmers will produce only if it is worth it. Yes. So it is, as a consumer, I have a vested interest in ensuring that the farmer farms, that the farmer is in the business of farming.
Yes.
The farmer will be in the business of farming only if there is some certainty, right? I mean, the farmer faces two uncertainties. Number one, production, right? I mean, at the time of sowing, there may be no rains. Okay. After he sows, the crop, there could be pest and disease attack.
Yes.
Okay. At the time of harvesting, there could be unseasonal rains. There could be hailstorm. Right. So he's already facing uncertainty on account of production, and which is worsening because of whatever climate change and all these things.
Fair point.
On top of it, he's facing price uncertainty.
Yes.
I can tell you that
You're saying
the kind of price uncertainty and production uncertainty, no corporate in India.
It's a question of survival and sustainability for the Annadata as well at some level, and that's something that's closely linked with food security. Something we can't undermine as well.
Let's forget the interest of the Annadata. Let us look at our own interest.
No, our interest is in their interest in a certain sense. So your argument is very nuanced. I have to say that.
Yes.
We have a young audience with us as well. Journalism students, a lot of them. You have a question. Go ahead.
What will happen to Indian economy if government agrees with the MSP demand?
Okay, I think a lot of the panelists have, in a certain sense, tried to address that. But Harish Damodran, do you very quickly want to take that on? If you have a short answer to give, because I'm out of time.
According to me, it won't cost much to implement an MSP. I mean, the formula which I would propose, if the government were to ask me, I would do two things, First thing I will say is, yes, I will pay you the price difference. I'm not going to buy all your linseed and sesamum and jeera, etc.
There is a counter voice as well, and I have 30 seconds left. Guni Prakash ji, सवाल ये उठा है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी का क्या होगा अगर एमएसपी लागू हो जाती है? ये सवाल उठा है. मेरे पास 30 सेकंड है, आप क्या बोलेंगे?
नहीं, मेरा ये कहना है, भारत रत्न चौधरी चरण सिंह ने किताब लिखी थी इकोनॉमी इंडिया में, उसके ऊपर उन्होंने कहा था कि अगर एमएसपी लगातार जारी रही तो किसान ही नहीं देश भी बर्बाद हो जाएगा. सबसे पहले बात है चौधरी हमारे देवेंद्र शर्मा जी ने एक बात कही थी. एक मिनट बोलने दो, आप मेरी बात कहने दो. देवेंद्र शर्मा जी ने कहा कि 1970 में जो गेहूं का रेट था 80 पैसे और पेट्रोल का रेट था 55 पैसे. जो मतभेद हुआ और कर्मचारी की इतनी तनख्वाह थी इतनी दो, तो आज देश को रेट है. और स्वामीनाथन आयोग जी ने यह भी कहा था कि बाजार खुला होना चाहिए.
योगेंद्र यादव completely disagrees with you. Yogendra Yadav, I'm out of time. You have 10 seconds. I just want to say Guni Prakash ji is a member of the MSP committee. It's important to hear what he has to say as well. But Yogendra Yadav, 10 seconds. I'm completely out of time.
Chaudhary Charan Singh never said anything of this kind. Actually, there was a reverse policy at that time, which was called Navy, where farmers were forced to give their produce at a level lower than market price in the national interest.
Okay.
Chaudhary Saab had talked about that one, which was the reverse subsidy.
Okay.
I'm really sorry to see that members of MSP committee do not know elementary things about this country. Very sad.
All right. Well, you've heard all sides of the story on how the MSP debate, how the MSP demand is likely to hit consumers. We've tried to put this debate in some kind of context and perspective. I sincerely hope that's been useful for you, the viewer, to make up your mind. Thank you very much to our panelists for joining us on this riveting discussion. That's all the time we have on We the People tonight. Thanks for watching.
Makes you wish everything was as vibrant.
रईस भाई, वेलकम।
अम्मी जान कहती थी कोई भी पार्टी छोटी या बड़ी नहीं होती, जाना जरूर भाई, लेकिन आना तो दरवाजे से था ना। अगर रूंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता। रूंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार, एकदम सॉलिड।
सर, आप बहुत लकी हैं कि आपके बेटे ने हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और बाकी सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज टाइम से पूरी कर दी है। अब आप घर जा सकते हैं।
मेरा बेटा?
तो फिर आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
वेलकम टू AU वीडियो बैंकिंग।
यहाँ बैंक के सारे काम हो सकते हैं। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। AU स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
जहाँ यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा। इको रिट्रीट उड़ीसा।
बढ़ते पोल्यूशन और बदलते मौसम के साथ सर्दी, खांसी, जुकाम एक आम बात है। ऐसे में लीजिए मुल्तानी कुका कफ सिरप, ताकि बदलते मौसम के साथ आप न बदले।
लोन चाहिए तो पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए। यहाँ आपको मिलेंगे 60+ लोन ऑप्शन, वो भी बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट के साथ विद मिनिमम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। पैसाबाजार.com, लोन सही मिलेगा यहीं।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 9 सालों में 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प, विकसित भारत।
नमस्कार, मैं अनामिका जयनंबर। एक बार फिर आपका स्वागत है मेरा उत्तर प्रदेश, नया उत्तर प्रदेश की इस खास प्रस्तुति में। उत्तर प्रदेश को लैंडलॉक्ड प्रदेश कहा जाता था, लेकिन वो कहते हैं ना कि हवा विपरीत हो जाए, समय मगरूर हो जाए, एक तपस्वी यदि हट पर आ जाए तो समंदर रास्ता देने को मजबूर हो जाए। 12 करोड़ के इस लेक क्वीन क्रूज में 5 सितारा होटल की सभी सुविधाएं हैं। यहाँ रेस्टोरेंट है और लिविंग एरिया है। रामगढ़ ताल के एक ओर मुंबई की मरीन ड्राइव की तरह चमचमाती हुई 2 लेन सड़क दिखाई देती है। यहाँ सूबे का पहला वाटर कॉम्प्लेक्स है, जहाँ बोटिंग और वाटर बाइकिंग की सुविधाएं भी उपलब्ध हैं। यहाँ फ्लोटिंग रेस्टोरेंट और सी प्लेन जल्दी ही चलने वाले हैं।
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं। मेरा फ्लैटमेट जस्ट लाइक माई मॉम।
कपड़े आज धोएगा या अगले साल?
हेलमेट, ओए उठ। इसीलिए ना आई गॉट अस एयरटेल का फैमिली प्लान। 2 कनेक्शंस सिर्फ 599 में। मतलब वे बेटर देन अलग अलग रिचार्ज ना।
सुन, नाश्ता बनाऊं?
फ्रेंड्स हो या कॉलीग्स, सबके लिए है एयरटेल फैमिली प्लान।
ऑल्सो अवेलेबल फॉर रियल फैमिलीज।
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening. Here are the top headlines at this hour. CGI's tough questions in Chandigarh mayoral polls case place ballot papers before us. That is what the Supreme Court has said today. The top court has also asked for the returning officer to be prosecuted if guilty. The Supreme Court has also asked for the appointment of a new returning officer and also recount of votes. It's Yatra versus Yatra in Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi, Smriti Irani in Amethi. Smriti dares Rahul Gandhi to fight from Amethi. Supreme Court refuses to intervene in the Sandesh Khali case. Top court turns down petition seeking SIT CBI probe. BJP accuses TMC of sheltering goons. Mamata Banerjee hits back, calls BJP a rubbish party. Protesting farmers reject government's 5-year MSP plan. No end to deadlock. Farmers' protest to continue. Kerala governor's big charge. Left student wing patronizing banned outfit PFI. RBI versus Paytm Payments Bank. Will the consumers be impacted? Consumer FAQs answered on NDTV. India's demolition of England. Top 5 highlights from India's big Rajkot win.
That's the breakthrough. And that's his 500th Test wicket.
Taking a strict view of the alleged defacement of ballot papers during the Chandigarh mayoral election, the Supreme Court has said that the returning officer, Anil Masih, should be prosecuted. The Supreme Court has also stated that the returning officer's action of defacing the ballot papers amounted to murder and a mockery of democracy. Conducting a hearing on the petition on the alleged irregularities in the election on Monday, a day after 3 Aam Aadmi Party councillors switched over to the BJP, the Supreme Court also said that horse trading is going to be a serious matter.
Tough grilling from the Supreme Court of India over the Chandigarh mayoral polls in a hearing where returning officer Anil Masih, accused of tampering with ballot papers, was personally present. Chief Justice Chandrachud said that ballot papers should be placed before the court tomorrow. The Chief Justice said that the court is deeply concerned about horse trading. The court said that it would recommend the appointment of a new returning officer and a recount of the votes. The Supreme Court said it may also supervise the recount of votes. The court came down heavily on the returning officer, saying he must be prosecuted if found guilty.
For the first time in independent India, the Chief Justice of India cross-examining and grilling the returning officer, asking him what exactly was he doing when he was trying to deface those ballot papers. Having said that, he's asked him to be present tomorrow and would like to take a first-hand account of those ballot papers before arriving at a decision.
But hours before the Supreme Court heard the case, a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party as 3 of its councillors switched over to the BJP. And the BJP's mayor resigned from his post, setting the stage for a fresh election.
ये आप गठबंधन और कांग्रेस वाले जो सिटी में पिछले 1 महीने से प्रोपेगेंडा कर रहे हैं, उसको विराम देने के लिए हमने इस्तीफा दे दिया। मोदी की नीतियों को देखते हुए अभी कुछ कांग्रेस के और वर्कर और पार्षद और आम आदमी के भी वर्कर और पार्षद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ज्वाइन करेंगे।
इन्होंने ऑपरेशन लोटस जो है वो चलाया। जो काउंसलर्स आज से 3 दिन पहले धरने पे इनके अगेंस्ट बैठे हुए थे, डेमोक्रेसी की लड़ाई लड़ रहे थे, उन लोगों को इन्होंने धमका के, डरा के या खरीद फरोख्त करके इन्होंने अपनी पार्टी के अंदर जोड़ा है।
All eyes are now on the Supreme Court that is set to hear the case again. With Sunil Prabhu and Mohammad Ghazali, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Moving on, it was Smriti Irani versus Rahul Gandhi today in Amethi. Union Minister Smriti Irani has challenged Rahul Gandhi, whose Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra entered Uttar Pradesh today in Amethi to contest from his erstwhile constituency of Amethi. Remember, Amethi used to be a Congress stronghold in Uttar Pradesh, where Rahul Gandhi lost to Smriti Irani by a margin of around 55,000 votes in the 2019 elections. Smriti Irani is on a tour of her parliamentary constituency. Today is also the day Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra entered Amethi. Rahul Gandhi will stay the night in Amethi. The Congress is still undecided on whether Rahul Gandhi will make an attempt at regaining the Congress stronghold, but Sonia Gandhi has already said that she will move to Rajya Sabha.
Amethi is once again buzzing as the political heavyweights clash here. For 15 long years, Rahul Gandhi was a member of parliament from the Congress bastion Amethi, until being finally defeated by Smriti Irani in 2019 with a margin of 55,000 votes. Now once again, as the 2024 Lok Sabha election inched closer, the question on everybody's mind is whether Smriti Irani will be able to win again from Amethi, or whether Rahul Gandhi will be able to reclaim his lost bastion.
Yatra versus Yatra in Amethi. Rahul Gandhi's flagship Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra in his erstwhile Lok Sabha seat Amethi today, at the same time when Smriti Irani, who defeated Mr. Gandhi in the 2019 Lok Sabha election from here, was in her constituency on a Jan Samvad Yatra. Smriti dared Rahul to contest again from Amethi and also took a swipe at the Gandhi family, saying they were running away from neighbouring Rai Bareli too, where Sonia Gandhi is the Lok Sabha MP but is now going to the Rajya Sabha.
मुझे लगता है अमेठी की सुनी सड़कें बयान कर रही हैं कि अमेठी को राहुल गांधी के बारे में क्या लगता है। अगर उनको इतना कॉन्फिडेंस है अपनी काबिलियत पर, तो बिना वायनाड भागे वो मात्र और मात्र अमेठी से मात्र कांग्रेस की टिकट पर चुनाव लड़कर दिखा दें। किसी ने कभी ये कल्पना नहीं की थी कि रायबरेली की सीट गांधी खानदान स्वेच्छा से छोड़ देगी।
आपके साथ उनका गहरा संबंध है और आपके साथ हमेशा के लिए रहे हैं, आज भी रहेंगे, कल भी रहेंगे, हमेशा के लिए आपके साथ रहेंगे।
More worries for the Congress and the India bloc in Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party, a key India ally, today said party chief Akhilesh Yadav would not join Rahul Gandhi's Yatra in UP till seat sharing between the two for the Lok Sabha polls is sorted. The SP also announced more candidates for the national election today.
It is likely that the Samajwadi Party will keep Amethi and Rai Bareli for the Congress. But the question here is, will Rahul Gandhi be able to reclaim his lost bastion, or will Smriti Irani will with a bigger margin in 2024? With camera person Virendra Kumar Saini, Arun Gupta and Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched 14,000 projects across Uttar Pradesh worth more than 10 lakh crore at the 4th groundbreaking ceremony for investment proposals received during the UP Global Investors Summit 2023 held earlier today. Now, these projects relate to sectors such as manufacturing, renewable energy, information technology and IT-enabled services, food processing, housing and real estate, hospitality and entertainment, education, among others.
और इसके साथ ही निवेश जो है वो कृषि में
7-8 वर्ष पहले हम सोच भी नहीं सकते थे कि उत्तर प्रदेश में भी निवेश और नौकरियों को लेकर ऐसा माहौल बनेगा। चारों तरफ अपराध, दंगे, छीना जब्ती, यही खबरें आती रहती थी। उस दौरान अगर कोई कहता कि यूपी को विकसित बनाएंगे, तो शायद कोई सुनने को भी तैयार नहीं होता, विश्वास करने का तो सवाल ही नहीं था। लेकिन आज देखिए, लाखों करोड़ रुपए का निवेश उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती पर उतर रहा है।
Moving on, the Supreme Court has denied admission to a petition seeking a CBI investigation into the Sandesh Khali case in West Bengal. Now, the petition filed by a lawyer on behalf of the victims was turned down during the hearing, prompting the petitioner to withdraw the plea. Remember, Sandesh Khali has been on the boil since local women came out and protested against TMC local leaders alleging sexual harassment and land grabbing.
Multiple wins for the TMC and the West Bengal administration in courts on the Sandesh Khali issue. The Supreme Court of India has dismissed a plea seeking a special investigation team or a CBI probe in the Sandesh Khali case. The petitioner had asked for an investigation on the lines of Manipur, but the court said Sandesh Khali can't be compared to Manipur. Earlier in the day, the Supreme Court had stayed the notice issued by the Privileges Committee of the Lok Sabha to top West Bengal officials after Bengal BJP President Shukanta Majumdar was injured after falling from a police vehicle during a protest.
No one touched him. No police person harassed him or heckled him or assaulted him. Then he created this big drama, based on which his privilege committee, they issued a notice.
The Calcutta High Court also refused an urgent hearing in a plea seeking deployment of central forces in Sandesh Khali. The High Court allowed leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari to visit Sandesh Khali but warned him against provocative speeches.
आज स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर मुझे मिला। मैं कल सुबह 9 बजे कलकत्ता से निकलकर 11 बजे के अंदर पहुंच जाऊंगा और जो विक्टिम फैमिली है उसका साथ मुलाकात करना, खास करके बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता अरेस्ट हुआ है उसका फैमिली मेंबर का साथ मुलाकात करना मेरा फर्ज बनता है।
All this on a day the National Commission for Women chairperson Rekha Sharma met several women in Sandesh Khali and targeted Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
मुझे लगता है उनको रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए और बिना एक पोस्ट के अगर वो यहाँ आए तो महिलाओं का दर्द समझ पाएंगी।
The Trinamool hit back at Rekha Sharma saying the commission never shows any initiative in BJP ruled states. The BJP meanwhile continued to target Mamata Banerjee on the Sandesh Khali issue.
तो महिला लोग जो बोल रहे हैं ममता बनर्जी उसके ऊपर विश्वास नहीं कर रहे हैं। ममता बनर्जी बोले एफआईआर क्यों नहीं हुआ? तो इसलिए पुलिस और ये शेख शाहजहां उनका गैंग पूरा एक साथ है, एकदम एक साथ मिले जुले हैं और इसका जवाब पश्चिम बंगाल में महिला लोग 2024 में देंगे।
उत्तम सरदार और शिबू हाजरा जिनके ऊपर आरोप था उनको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया है। पुलिस की लेडीज की वाहिनी और एक टीम तैयार की गई है जो घर घर पहुंच के महिलाओं से बात कर रही है।
The BJP and the TMC are facing off on the Sandesh Khali issue. The BJP senses an opportunity to dent Mamata Banerjee's women voters base by accusing her of insensitivity towards the allegations made by women in Sandesh Khali. The Trinamool is responding strongly, saying the BJP conveniently goes silent and turns a blind eye when similar allegations are raised against its own party men or states ruled by the BJP. But as the elections approach, this issue is likely to be discussed even more in political circles ahead of the 2024 elections. With camera person Aniruddha Tripathi in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Farmer organizations have outrightly rejected the proposal by union ministers in Chandigarh on Sunday to have a 5-year contract with farmers to procure 5 crops, namely maize, cotton, arhar tuar dal, masoor dal and urad dal at MSP and promote crop diversification. Now, this proposal, in view of SKM, is to divert and dilute the demand of MSP for all crops with guaranteed procurement, which was promised in the BJP manifesto of 2014 general election and originally recommended by the National Farmers Commission, chaired by MS Swaminathan and submitted in 2006. Now, SKM or the Samyukt Kisan Morcha declared that nothing below MSP for all crops with guaranteed procurement is acceptable to the farmers of India. Farmers groups now are set to meet on February 21st and 22nd. I have my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joining us on this broadcast. Ghazali, the meeting yesterday went on for long and the minister said that they've come up with an out-of-the-box idea, something that would be acceptable to the farmers, but clearly the farmers are not going to stop at anything short of legal guarantee on MSP. How do you see this playing out?
See, there are many farm unions and organizations who are not part of this protest which is going around near Shambhu border, and one of them, the SKM, which is itself a body of farm union organizations, have outrightly rejected Centre's promise or Centre's proposal. And there are other unions from Haryana, the ones influential one like BKU Chaduni, which is spearheaded by Mr. Gurnam Singh Chaduni. He has come with another sort of proposal or a demand that why don't you add more crops in the same contract farming agreement which the centre has floated in yesterday's talks. So what we can expect, even today, the SKM non-political, the one which is heading this protest near Shambhu border, is going to address the media by 9 p.m. and perhaps there they will clarify that what their stand is as far as that proposal is concerned. But it should be reminded to the viewers that this contract farming or the proposal floated by the union government yesterday is somewhere an image of what was constituted in the 3 farm laws, where contract farming was also one of the clause of those laws. So we'll have to see that how different farm unions who are participating in this protest and the ones who have stayed away from the protest, how do they, whether they come on the same page to either agree or disagree with the union government for this proposal.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Clearly, there are divisions within the farmer organizations on the government's proposal, but the protests are set to continue. Moving on to some news from the south of India, Governor Arif Mohammad Khan visited the house of victims who were recently killed in attacks by wild elephants in Manantawadi in Wayanad, which is Rahul Gandhi's parliamentary constituency. On Sunday, when the governor was en route to Wayanad, he faced yet another black flag protest, and he said that he suspected that they were being orchestrated by the SFI activist along with the banned PFI. Now, there was a sharp exchange between the governor and the LDF government. The governor has accused the SFI of patronizing members of the banned PFI. Here's a report.
Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan visiting families of victims of elephant trampling. The Kerala Assembly last week passed a resolution demanding an amendment to the Wildlife Protection Act.
The Kerala Assembly is known for adopting ridiculous resolutions. I am fortunate that Narendra Modi has not been accused that he has unleashed elephants and leopards on the people of Kerala.
In less than 3 weeks, 3 people have been killed due to trampling by elephants, and over the weekend, Congress MP from Wayanad, Rahul Gandhi, had demanded action by the state government. On Sunday, when the governor was on his way to Wayanad, he faced yet another black flag protest, and he said he suspected they were being orchestrated by SFI activists along with the banned PFI.
I have got the report that 12 people who have been arrested in Neelamal, out of these 12 persons who have been arrested, 7 are known PFI volunteers. What the government is doing, they are telling the members of a banned organization that you join these protests.
This came after the latest round of sharp exchange between the governor and the LDF government. Mr. Khan called Higher Education Minister R. Bindu a criminal after she chaired a Senate meeting of the Kerala University on Friday in her capacity as Pro-Chancellor. Mr. Khan said he had only authorized the Vice-Chancellor and said the minister had no permission to preside over the meeting.
I am not going to respond to these ignorant remarks. Illegality has happened, and law will certainly take its course. She might have said anything. I do not consider her important enough to respond to her remarks.
The minister said she would not respond to comments not befitting the official position of governor.
Whether it is Kerala or Tamil Nadu, it has been a running battle between the governor and the government, with both accusing the other of crossing the line and infringing on the other's statutory authority. It appears that the governor's office is increasingly being seen with political hues. With SP Babu in Thiruvananthapuram, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Now, the RBI's restrictions on Paytm Payments Bank has alerted financial institutions across the country on the importance of compliance and regulation. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj brings us the details of the questions that you may be having on the matter and all the answers that you need.
The Reserve Bank of India's restrictions on Paytm Payments Bank have indeed alerted all on the importance of compliance and following the regulation process altogether. So while the RBI has released FAQs as well, we at NDTV also answer your most frequently asked questions on the matter. The first question being asked, can I withdraw my balance from my savings account after March 15, 2024? Well, the answer to that is yes, you can. There's absolutely no restriction on this as per the RBI. The next question being asked is, can I top up my wallet, FASTag issued by Paytm Payments Bank? Well, the answer to that is not after the extended March 15, 2024 deadline. Paytm shifts its nodal account to Axis Bank. What does this mean for the viewer, for the consumer? Well, a nodal account really essentially is all back-end operations, and this means Paytm's QR, Soundbox, card machines can be used post March 15, 2024 as well. So those sitting at home and saying, well, my Paytm accounts, will it then be automatically transferred to an Axis Bank account? Well, the answer to that is no. You will have to change it yourself to any bank authorized by the RBI. So you will be getting a list of options, and any bank authorized by the RBI is what you can go with. So some saying that, look, if my salary is credited into Paytm Payments Bank account, can this process continue? Well, no, not after March 15, 2024, says the RBI. So therefore, make alternate arrangements at the earliest. They, of course, are also alerting on that. The last question coming our way is, can I pay my bills and subscriptions and, automatically via Paytm Payments Bank as the norm for many? Well, debit mandates will continue till there is balance, says the RBI, but not after March 15, 2024. So essentially meaning that, look, even if there is balance, this will not reflect after March 15, 2024. So that really is the key crux of the matter, all your key questions that NDTV has managed to answer.
Moving on to the world of sports, it was a massive victory for Team India as they beat England by a record of 434 runs to take a 2-1 lead in the 5-match series. Here are the top highlights from the Rajkot Test.
Playing his debut test, Dhruv Jurel was impressive with the bat, but more importantly, behind the stumps. His brilliant athleticism affected the run-out of England's centurion Ben Duckett, triggering a top-order collapse.
Oh, that is extraordinary from Dhruv Jurel there. The presence of mind to come running through from about...
Rohit Sharma doing Rohit Sharma things. A comical turn of events on day 4 saw the Indian captain sending back Yashasvi Jaiswal and Sarfaraz Khan. During India's second innings with the bat, after the duo started walking back into the stands, thinking that the innings had been declared.
Just needs one.
India's answer to Bazball, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Consecutive double 100 for the southpaw, who became the only batter in 147-year Test cricket history to hit 20 sixes in a series.
Down the ground this time, is it a hat-trick? Yes, it is.
While also equaling the 28-year-old record of hitting 12 sixes in an innings set by the legendary Wasim Akram. Wicket number 500 for the wily off-spinner, a feat that makes him the fastest Indian to reach the landmark. Ashwin also became only the second Indian after Anil Kumble to do so. Ravi Ashwin, who had to leave the test match to attend a family emergency, came back to be a part of India's biggest win in terms of runs against any opponent. And this was the top moment of the match. After years of toiling in the domestic circuit, India batter Sarfaraz Khan made his much-awaited debut. It was emotional scenes at Rajkot as Sarfaraz's father, Naushad, was seen in tears as Sarfaraz received his debut cap from former India captain Anil Kumble. An emotional Naushad took the cap from his son and kissed the badge on it.
That's all we have for you in this bulletin. Maria Shakil joins you on the other side.
Brought to you by PolicyBazaar.com. हर family होगी insured.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Ayurveda by Kola. Wish everything cared for your skin.
The government of Punjab, under the leadership of Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann, has launched Tirth Yatra scheme to facilitate people to pay obeisance at sacred places across the country. Sardar Onkar Singh used to pray to Vaheguru that, like others, he would also be able to go to Sri Huzur Sahib for darshan. Onkar Singh is very thankful to Vaheguru that his prayer was accepted.
ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਯਾਤਰਾ ਤੇ ਗਏ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਹ ਵਰਗ ਸੀ ਜਿਨੇ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਯਾਤਰਾ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਯਾਤਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਖੁਸ਼ ਸਨ। ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਗਰੀਬ ਵਰਗ ਲਈ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਯਾਤਰਾ ਸਕੀਮ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੋਚਿਆ।
The inaugural train journey of the Chief Minister Free Pilgrimage Scheme commenced on the auspicious occasion of Prakash Parv of Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji, departing from Shri Akal Takht for the darshan of Shri Huzur Sahib. Over 50,000 pilgrims will be availing this facility over 3 months. In 13,000 of them will travel via 13 trains, 1,000 passengers. Each train will leave every 8th day, while 43 devotees per bus will visit short distance pilgrimage sites daily through 10 buses. A team of doctors, volunteers and officials will also travel with the pilgrims to take care of any emergency. The Punjab government's initiative for the pilgrims has brought happiness.
ਬੜੀ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਲਾਈ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਧਾਈ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਬਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਨਤਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਵਸਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ।
They can now visit religious places across the country with reverence and joy.
माँ हमें दुनिया की काली नजर से बचाती है।
माँ हमारे सपने सजाती है।
माँ हमें पढ़ाती है, बढ़ाती है।
माँ हमें पैरों पर खड़ा करती है।
माँ हमारे लिए कितना स्ट्रगल करती है।
माँ हम सबको मजबूत बनाती है, लेकिन माँ को मजबूत कौन बनाता है? मोदी जी। किसी को नल देकर,
किसी को गैस, किसी को टॉयलेट देकर,
किसी को बिजली, किसी को लोन देकर, तो किसी को डिजिटल बनाकर। मेरी माँ मजबूत तो भारत माँ मजबूत, ये मोदी सरकार की गारंटी है।
थैंक यू मोदी जी।
ये वाला तो गूगली है।
वो वाला?
ये वाला तो सिक्सर है।
कौन सा फ्लेवर बिजनेस बढ़ाएगा? ये खूबसूरत चिंता आप करिए। बिजनेस लोन की चिंता हम संभाल लेंगे विद ओवरड्राफ्ट लाइक बेनिफिट्स एंड नो कोलैटरल अप टू 75 lakhs।
AU करंट अकाउंट पे सब मिलता है। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। AU स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
The last UP Global Investor Summit saw the Department of IT and Electronics signing 310 memorandums of understanding amounting to 5 lakh crore rupees. Out of these, 53 projects worth more than 90,000 crore rupees of investment are ready for the groundbreaking ceremony or GBC 4.0.
उत्तर प्रदेश व्यापक संभावनाओं वाला प्रदेश है। इन संभावनाओं के माध्यम से हम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर फिर देश और दुनिया को अपनी ओर आकर्षित कर सकते हैं।
The double-engine government in UP under CM Yogi is preparing for employment generation through artificial intelligence, deep machine learning, Internet of Things and data analytics for more than 81,000 people. These IT sector projects are coming up in Noida, Greater Noida, Mathura, Ghaziabad and Agra.
लोन चाहिए तो पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए। यहाँ आपको मिलेंगे 60+ लोन ऑप्शन, वो भी बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट के साथ विद मिनिमम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। पैसाबाजार.com, लोन सही मिलेगा यही।
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं। मेरा फ्लैटमेट जस्ट लाइक माय मॉम। कपड़े आज धोएगा या अगले साल? हेलमेट ओए उठा। इसीलिए ना आई गॉट अस एयरटेल का फैमिली प्लान। 2 कनेक्शंस सिर्फ 599 में। मतलब वे बेटर देन अलग अलग रिचार्ज ना। सुन, नाश्ता बनाऊं?
फ्रेंड्स हो या कॉलीग्स, सबके लिए है एयरटेल फैमिली प्लान.
Also available for real families.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil. Monday saw political power play peak in Uttar Pradesh. The state sends the maximum MPs to the Lok Sabha, 80 in all. And perhaps that's why they say all roads lead to Delhi only via Lucknow. Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a Mandir pitch in Sambhal and a development push in Lucknow. Remember, Sambhal is considered a Samajwadi Party bastion in western Uttar Pradesh. Speaking of the Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav today decided that he will not be joining Rahul Gandhi's Nyaya Yatra, asking Rahul to walk the talk on seat sharing in Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party, Congress are currently, their talks are in a state of limbo. Rahul Gandhi walked into Amethi with Smriti Irani, the sitting MP already making her presence felt on ground. Here's all that happened in Uttar Pradesh today.
Power play in Uttar Pradesh to cash in on Assi ka dam. They say all roads to Delhi go via Uttar Pradesh. But Monday saw all political roads leading to UP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi took BJP's Viksit Bharat push to the key state, launching 14,000 projects worth more than rupees 10 lakh crore at the 4th groundbreaking ceremony of the Uttar Pradesh Global Investors Summit. He also made a second Mandir push in the state, performing the groundbreaking ceremony for the Kalki Mandir at Samajwadi Party's bastion and Muslim-dominated Sambhal.
आज संभल में हम जिस अवसर के साक्षी बन रहे हैं, ये भारत के सांस्कृतिक नवजागरण का एक और अद्भुत क्षण है. हम विकास भी, विरासत भी, इस मंत्र को आत्मसात करते हुए चल रहे हैं.
As the 2024 Lok Sabha election inched closer, the question on everybody's mind is whether Smriti Irani will be able to win again from Amethi or whether Rahul Gandhi will be able to reclaim his lost bastion.
Yatra versus Yatra in Amethi. Rahul Gandhi's flagship Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra in his erstwhile Lok Sabha seat Amethi today, at the same time when Smriti Irani, who defeated Mr. Gandhi in the 2019 Lok Sabha election from here, was in her constituency on a Jan Samvad Yatra. Smriti dared Rahul to contest again from Amethi and also took a swipe at the Gandhi family, saying they were running away from neighbouring Rai Bareli too, where Sonia Gandhi is the Lok Sabha MP but is now going to the Rajya Sabha.
मुझे लगता है अमेठी की सुनी सड़कें बयान कर रही हैं कि अमेठी को राहुल गांधी के बारे में क्या लगता है. अगर उनको इतना कॉन्फिडेंस है अपनी काबिलियत पर, तो बिना वायनाड भागे वो मात्र और मात्र अमेठी से मात्र कांग्रेस की टिकट पर चुनाव लड़कर दिखा दें. किसी ने कभी ये कल्पना नहीं की थी कि रायबरेली की सीट गांधी खानदान स्वेच्छा से छोड़ देगी.
आपके साथ उनका गहरा संबंध है और आपके साथ हमेशा के लिए रहे हैं, आज भी रहेंगे, कल भी रहेंगे, हमेशा के लिए आपके साथ रहेंगे.
More worries for the Congress and the India bloc in Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party, a key India ally, today said party chief Akhilesh Yadav would not join Rahul Gandhi's Yatra in UP till seat sharing between the two for the Lok Sabha polls is sorted. The SP also announced more candidates for the national election today.
कई सूचियां उधर से आई, सूची इधर से भी गई. जिस समय सीटों का बंटवारा हो जाएगा, समाजवादी पार्टी उनकी न्याय यात्रा में शामिल हो जाएंगे।
It is likely that the Samajwadi Party will keep Amethi and Raebareli for the Congress. But the question here is, will Rahul Gandhi be able to reclaim his lost bastion, or will Smriti Irani will with a bigger margin in 2024? With camera person Virendra Kumar Saini, Arun Gupta and Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
Neeja Chaudhary, senior journalist, is joining me live. Dolly Sharma, spokesperson of the Congress. Charu Pragya, representing the BJP. And Nahid Lahiri Khan is spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. We have an all-women panel, something that I really desire often on television shows. So, congratulations, ladies. But let me begin with Neeja Chaudhary, veteran journalist. Neeja Chaudhary, what, according to you, is playing out in Uttar Pradesh?
What is playing out in Uttar Pradesh, of course, there's going to be the big battle, but the outcome in Uttar Pradesh is known. And what is playing out is that very clearly. And the demoralization in the opposition camp, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi deciding to go for whatever reasons, health or otherwise, to the Rajya Sabha. And of course, there are questions whether Priyanka Vadra Gandhi will contest from Raebareli, but there are also indications she may contest from Chikmagalur in Karnataka.
Something that was contested by her grandmother once upon a time.
That's right. And it signified Indira Gandhi's comeback.
Yes, that's right.
And she fought from there.
Yes.
So all these are, in the realm of speculation. But as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, we are seeing a weakening of the Samajwadi Party. The RLD, its ally, has left it with Jayant Chaudhary leading the group towards the BJP. Others may join. Others, Salim Sherwani is resigned from...
In fact, Salim Sherwani will be joining us shortly on the show as well. But Neeja Chaudhary, you have put the various pieces together here to give the larger picture, the big picture. But Dolly Sharma, Akhilesh Yadav may not be wrong in saying that what is needed at the moment is seat-sharing formula to be arrived at in Uttar Pradesh. That's the reason that he is continuing to announce his candidates while the Congress is only, trying to play catch-up. Why can't the Congress leadership show sincerity and also seriousness when it comes to seat-sharing talks?
We are working on them also, and don't you think the issues of today, the issue of farmers, the issue of youth of this country, the issue of women of this country, and every issue, whether it is price rise, do you think it is not important? Rahul Gandhi ji is walking today in Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra, raising the issues of the common man of this country.
So are you saying that the points that have been made by Akhilesh Yadav are not important, that he is not connected with people?
I said it is very important. I said it is very important, and we are working on it. The first thing that I said was the same, that it is very important. We are working on it, but yes, the issue of the people of this country are also very, very important. So Rahul Gandhi ji in Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra is doing the same. He's walking, he's raising the issues of the common man of this country through Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra.
So here is the Congress party saying that whatever said and done, their priority is Rahul Gandhi's Nyaya Yatra. All the seat-sharing talks can wait, and perhaps much after, even when the Model Code of Conduct comes into place.
No, I didn't say this. I said we are working on it.
Yes.
Yes. No, I heard the Congress spokesperson. She was very clear that we are working on the seat sharing, and certainly Samajwadi Party is also working on seat sharing, and soon everything will be officially announced. You were talking about that Modi ji's come to Uttar Pradesh. See, Modi ji's only come to Uttar Pradesh on a political tourism. Earlier also, Modi ji came to Uttar Pradesh, and many industrialists came to Uttar Pradesh. Thousands and thousands of crore rupees were spent on welcoming these industrialists, and MOUs worth 1,000 crores rupees were signed. Where are those MOUs? Where are those people? Those people suddenly vanished to sign MOUs. Now again, industrialists are coming to Uttar Pradesh. Modi ji will come in his airplane worth 8,000 crores.
I also want to understand from you, while you raise questions towards the BJP, which I'll ask Charu to respond to, but the bigger question right now is that in 2019, when it was a Samajwadi Party BSP alliance, you managed to win 15 seats. The BJP was down from 73, which it had won along with its alliance partner in 2014, to 62 plus 2, of course, of Apna Dal. So that was the kind of setback that you managed to give. With the Congress relatively appearing to be non-serious in seat-sharing talks, what is the way forward?
No, nobody is non-serious about it. Everybody is seriously talking about seat sharing, and everything will be officially announced. Let me finish, Maria, what I was talking about. See, you in your own debate show, you started on with Mr. Modi coming to UP. So let me talk about the investments they're talking about. No, see, the industrialists that are coming to Uttar Pradesh, thousands and thousands of crore rupees are going to be spent on the welcome. And let me tell you, there's not going to be a single industrialist who's going to be from OBC or Dalit. No OBC or Dalit industrialists are there. All BJP's friends are there. All BJP's friends will be there. There's no OBC, no single OBC, no single Dalit industrialists are coming. Why?
Charu,
Because it is BJP. No, let me finish up. Then she'll respond. Just one more second, Maria. Why? Because BJP and their friends, they have eaten up the haq. इन्होंने हक खाया है पिछड़े दलितों का. They have eaten up their shares since ages. They've been eating up the shares of PDA.
Okay, let me bring in Pragya. Pragya, please go ahead.
See the condition.
Charu, Pragya now, please. Ma'am, you have made your point. Nahid, you have made your point. I've heard what everybody said.
Good evening to you.
Charu, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Maria, I'm not going to indulge in political rhetoric like the opposition spokespersons. Let's stick to facts here. Let's stick to facts and discuss why they had to rename UPA into India Alliance, and then they couldn't even keep the renamed India Alliance together. Let's discuss why, as Rahul Gandhi continues to walk from one part of the country to another. Now, Nahid, I don't debate like this.
India Alliance.
Maria, I have been very dignified and not interrupting any of the others.
You have to be patient. While you were speaking, none of the others were out talking you. Only Charu on the screen now, please. Yes.
140 crore.
Maybe, Maria, you could put a fader on her voice.
Yes, I don't that. You please go ahead.
Against India.
Yes. Yeah, I don't interrupt anyone, and I will appreciate it if she returns the same courtesy. If she doesn't, I'll be as courteous as she is. She's rattled. I have not even reached her party, and I've not even started discussing the situation her party is in yet. I only started on Rahul Gandhi. She's already rattled. Okay, let's get back and start at the beginning. As Rahul Gandhi starts walking from one part of the country to another, the fact is that the more he walks, the more partners he loses. The more he walks, the more he exposes himself. The more he walks, the more he exposes the stand of his so-called alliance partners. You can rename it all you want. You can give it whatever name you want. But you are not going to make a name into a laddu by simply changing the name. It doesn't work like that. The fact of the matter is that the progress in Uttar Pradesh is here for all of us to see. All of us. And if Nahid cannot see it, I think there's something wrong with her. Something is majorly wrong with her. She's asking about the investments. Into Amethi alone, 65,000 crores have come. In Amethi, okay, I can also talk about Rai Bareli, but the fact is that even Samajwadi Party bastions did not even have a main road connecting them from their villages to the major highways. They didn't even have that. And your leaders have been in power there for decades altogether. Decades, and still you could not even manage the basics for your people. Look at the plight of these places which have started changing. Now, if Rahul Gandhi goes to Amethi today and nobody wants to welcome him, it is because for decades he has misused the love and the trust of the people of Amethi. When Smriti Irani lost Amethi, she visited it 62 times. When Rahul Gandhi lost Amethi, he didn't even bother to go there once. And Sonia Gandhi not contesting an election today is one more nail in the coffin of Congress today, because she's going to bring the morale of her cadre down. That's what's going to happen. People are leaving Samajwadi Party. Keshav Prasad Maurya has left Samajwadi Party today. RLD has walked out.
She has no knowledge.
Again,
she has no knowledge.
Maria, you know what?
Keshav Prasad Maurya is not from Samajwadi Party or the Congress.
She's talking.
1 minute. Can I?
That is Swami Prasad Maurya. In fact, now we have former MP of Samajwadi Party who in fact quit the Samajwadi Party recently. Salim Sherwani is joining us live. Salim Sherwani, thank you so much for your time. You have been a former 5-time MP. and also served as the National General Secretary of the Samajwadi Party. What makes you disillusioned from the Samajwadi Party?
You know, I had been repeatedly telling the leadership in my party that the Muslims are getting very, very disillusioned. Today, even to talk about their rightful demands, a kind of atmosphere has been created in the country that even if you talk about the rightful demand, it is considered anti-nationals. And if a population, the Muslims, which voted 80% in favor of Samajwadi Party in the last UP elections, and their voice is not being heard, I had always been raising this point. Secondly, there was this Rajya Sabha elections, and the nominations were going to be made for Rajya Sabha. The Samajwadi Party had given a slogan of PDA, and the whole basis of fighting the election was on this slogan. And their actions have proved that they themselves don't believe in the slogan, because not a Muslim was considered, not someone from the backward community was considered. So I have felt a lot of resentment on these decisions. So I decided that if the party itself is not serious about what they say, then what is the sense in continuing?
Mr. Shirwani, isn't this not being, is this not clearly being a case of being ungrateful? Because this is the same party which has helped you reach parliament 5 times in the past. And all of a sudden you feel that your demands, because they're not being met, you have decided to take this move or make this move.
You see, Maria, they did not give me Rajya Sabha even in the last Rajya Sabha elections. But they gave it to Javed Ali Khan. I did not react. I did not say a word. And in my letter to them, I wrote, I say, I was not important. You should have given a Rajya Sabha nomination to any Muslim. The question is not me. I can be disappointed that I did not get a Rajya Sabha nomination. But I would not take this step to leave a party because I am disappointed. I took this step because I felt they have gone against their own principles. I did not get Rajya Sabha nomination in the last Rajya Sabha. No.
No, but that time a Muslim candidate did get a Rajya Sabha berth. My question now is, only by not giving a Rajya Sabha berth to you, does that mean that Samajwadi Party is neglecting Muslims? Because that's a huge charge that you're leveling against a party which has given you a place of pride.
No. Again I said that I am not that important. Have they given it to any pichhda? Have they given it to any Muslim? If you're talking about fighting an election on the slogan of Pichhda, Dalit and Muslim, what have you proved by your actions? Forget Salim Sherwani for a minute. As I said, I can be disappointed. But I will not take such a big step if they would have given a nomination to any Muslim. They would have given the nomination to any Pichhda. You are sending a message, especially this year, when you are facing the Lok Sabha elections. And what message are you sending? As they say, actions speak louder than words. You have taken a completely wrong decision.
Okay, let me wrap up this conversation by this question that I have for you. What next for you? What is going to be your next political step?
I have said in my letter that I am going to take my decision the next 2-3 weeks because I am not alone. There were a lot of people who were with me in my press conference yesterday when I announced that I have given up my post. There are people who are very, very closely connected with the Samajwadi Party. I've been getting calls all day today. So I'm going to call a meeting of all these people who feel that my stand has been right, who are supportive of me, and then I will decide what next step I have to take.
All right, Salim Sherwani, I appreciate your time. Let me go back to Neerja Chaudhary and give her the last word on this show. Neerja Chaudhary, lot of focus on Uttar Pradesh, and rightly so. The BJP understands that this is a state where they have to repeat their 2014 performance, or perhaps even better that performance of 2014. You know, when the Prime Minister visits Sambal, he sends a message. Every political meeting of the Prime Minister is full of messaging. What do you think when he has done the combination of these two cities this time around on the day one of his campaign in UP? is that number looking believable, fetchable, that number with which they started, the number of 2014?
Look, number one, UP is the road to power in Delhi. The Prime Minister understands that. Leaders before him have understood that. That's why he moved to Varanasi as his constituency. And certainly they will go for a repeat performance of 71 on their own, 73 with the two Apna Dal allies, which came down to 62 and 64, as you said at the beginning. And they are really looking at more than 70. 70 plus is what they're looking at from Uttar Pradesh. And it makes sense. It makes sense because wherever they lose because of anti-incumbency, they had peaked all over North India and West India. So they'll have to repeat that performance and not even allow 2-3 seats in every state to go. And Uttar Pradesh certainly increase it by 10. Maharashtra is very much on their radar for that reason because it has 48 Lok Sabha seats. So I think BJP, as we all know, has a hunger for power, and it's a 24/7 machinery as far as elections are concerned. Yes. And India, if you're giving me the last word, India Alliance, which had talked about winning or one-on-one contest in 400 Lok Sabha constituencies last year. Somewhere the momentum has petered out. You know, one expected them to go ahead with this. It was doable for them to bring down the tally of the BJP by 67 seats of 2019. If they'd done that, 10, 12 of their leaders to campaign through the country as a lineup. Even in Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra, you could have had this lineup. But we've not seen that. And somewhere there's a giving up, there's a demoralization that we sense in the opposition.
So are you seeing some kind of a psychological blow with exit of multiple of their allies? So what India was, say, even a month ago, that doesn't exist anymore, particularly with the exit of Nitish Kumar himself.
Absolutely. Nitish Kumar, Ashok Chavan, now we hear Kamal Nath. I heard today Manish Tiwari's name. So, will more and more people leave, as they say, a sinking ship. But it is demoralizing even for the Indian citizenry because a strong opposition is very important for a democracy.
All right, Neeta Chaudhary.
Collapse of the opposition.
Always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much. Dolly Sharma, Charu Pragya and Nahid Khan. Smriti Irani is in her constituency, and this is what she told my colleague Tanish Punjabi. Listen in.
यहाँ पे आज राहुल गांधी की यात्रा निकली अमेठी में, जो आपका संसदीय क्षेत्र अब है, जो पहले कभी उनका था। आपको क्या कहना है?
मुझे लगता है अमेठी की सुनी सड़कें बयान कर रही हैं कि अमेठी को राहुल गांधी के बारे में क्या लगता है। 2019 में उन्होंने अमेठी को छोड़ दिया था, आज अमेठी ने उनको छोड़ दिया है, ये साफ संकेत आपको मिल गया है।
तो इससे ये संकेत, मतलब इस बात से ये क्लियर है कि 2024 में भी राहुल गांधी यहाँ से नहीं जीत पाएंगे?
मैं नहीं जानती, मैं इतना ही कहूँगी, अगर उनको इतना कॉन्फिडेंस है अपनी काबिलियत पर तो बिना वायनाड भागे वो मात्र और मात्र अमेठी से।
अगर हम लोग, मैम गांधी जी अब नहीं लड़ेंगी, अब बात हो रही है कि प्रियंका गांधी लड़ेंगी, तो क्या अब रायबरेली से भी कोई बीजेपी अपना वहाँ पे कदम जमा सकती है, या फिर? ये तो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड आपको बताएगी कि प्रतिनिधि रायबरेली से कौन होगा। मैंने कुछ दिन पहले दिल्ली में एक प्रेस वार्ता में कहा था रायबरेली में भूचाल आने वाला है। किसी ने कभी ये कल्पना नहीं की थी कि रायबरेली की सीट गांधी खानदान स्वेच्छा से छोड़ देगी। हार का ये पहला संकेत है। लेकिन आज से 3 साल पहले मैं दिशा कमेटी की चेयरपर्सन जब रायबरेली में बनी, तब निश्चित रूप से जनता को ये भी समझ में आया कि अमेठी के सांसद रायबरेली की सांसद की अनुपस्थिति में भी जितनी मदद रायबरेली की हो सकती है उतना कर रही है। वो इसलिए भी क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार और मोदी सरकार की जो डबल इंजन की कैपेसिटी है, उसका सानिध्य, उसका सहयोग रायबरेली की जनता को मिल पाए। कहीं ना कहीं जनता के मन में भी ये प्रश्न था कि अगर गांधी परिवार के पास इतना समय है कि वो हर राज्य में जाएं, छुट्टी पे भी जाएं, तो फिर रायबरेली के लिए जहां से जनप्रतिनिधि चुना गया था गांधी परिवार का, उनके लिए उन्होंने समय क्यों नहीं बिताया, विशेषतः कोविड की परिस्थिति में जब वो जूझ रहे थे।
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally in association with
PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड। Experience luxury recrafted. This BMW Joy Days, drive home the BMW 6 Series Gran Turismo at ₹64,999 per month and avail amazing depreciation benefits.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Pure Wash Electronic Seat by Kohler. Wish everything was this intelligent.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, कोई नहीं रहेगा भूखा। हर महीने 80 करोड़ लोगों को मिल रहा है मुफ्त राशन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
सर, आप बहुत लकी हैं कि आपके बेटे ने हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस और बाकी सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज टाइम से पूरी कर दी है। अब आप घर जा सकते हैं।
मेरा बेटा?
तो फिर आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
फरवरी 2018, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने उत्तर प्रदेश को की $1 ट्रिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने की शुरुआत। फिर हुई निवेश परियोजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने की शुरुआत। सुदृढ़ कानून व्यवस्था, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्रेंडली नीतियों से यूपी बना ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स की पसंद। अब उत्तर प्रदेश माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के विकसित भारत के संकल्प को कर रहा मजबूत। देश में पहली बार 10 लाख करोड़ से अधिक की 14,000 से अधिक निवेश परियोजनाओं की एक मंच से होने जा रही है शुरुआत। खुलेंगे 34 लाख से अधिक रोजगार के द्वार। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कर कमलों से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग सेरेमनी का शुभारंभ 19 फरवरी को लखनऊ में ऐतिहासिक पल के साक्षी बने।
आपका बैंक सेविंग्स अकाउंट पे इंटरेस्ट देता है
3 महीने में एक बार।
मेरा एयू हर महीने। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
Government of Punjab, under the leadership of Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann, has been making strides in the education sector. The School of Eminence initiative by the Punjab government stands as a revolutionary endeavour, sparking a positive transformation in education. The inaugural School of Eminence in Amritsar, Sayta, initiated by the Punjab government, stands as a beacon for providing top-notch education to the students.
12ਵੀਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ दाखला लैन जाओ तो तुसी एक परफेक्ट ते एक फोकस्ड स्टूडेंट होवो अपनी मंजिल प्रति।
Under this scheme, School of Eminence are undergoing upgrades, focusing on improvements in both infrastructure and technical education. These schools prioritize smart classrooms, modern infrastructure and labs. They offer high-quality education with a specific focus on students in classes 9th to 12th.
Recently, I shifted from the private school to the School of Eminence, and I got my studies really better because the teaching methodology of the teachers is really brilliant.
The School of Eminence will focus on making students proficient in science, technology, engineering and math. Students are also offered coaching for professional courses like law, commerce, UPSC and NDA examinations, empowering them to pursue careers in professional colleges.
We are getting global over here. We are getting focused on the foreign languages. All the things which our students require these days, they are fully focused.
The school is equipped with a sports court and a minimum of 3 sports facilities supported by excellent coaches. In the first phase, a total of 117 schools in 23 districts of Punjab are being upgraded with an investment of rupees 200 crore. The wave of educational revolution will illuminate Punjab's future.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं। मेरा फ्लैटमेट जस्ट लाइक माई मॉम। कपड़े आज धोएगा या अगले साल? हेलमेट ओए उठा। इसीलिए ना आई गॉट अस एयरटेल का फैमिली प्लान। 2 कनेक्शंस सिर्फ $599 में। मतलब वे बेटर देन अलग अलग रिचार्ज ना। सुन, नाश्ता बनाओ।
फ्रेंड्स हो या कॉलीग्स, सबके लिए है एयरटेल फैमिली प्लान।
ऑल्सो अवेलेबल फॉर रियल फैमिलीज।
QSMT achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the programme tonight, amidst a tense standoff between the government and farmers, the Samyukt Kisan Morcha, that's an umbrella organisation of farmer unions, not directly linked to those leading this round of protests, has rejected a 5-year contract to buy 3 types of pulses, maize and cotton at the old minimum support price. The SKM on Monday evening, criticised the proposal as diverting the focal demands of farmers and insisted on nothing less than the purchase of all crops with guaranteed procurement as promised in the BJP manifesto before the 2014 general election. So are we essentially back to square one? On the show tonight, a deep dive into the minimum support price issue and a hunt for solutions that make sense. And at 1:30, a new study by the Christian Medical College in Vellore has startling statistical data on the impact of long COVID on Indians, much worse in India than in other parts of the world. We'll be joined by one of the authors of the report and also Dr. Soumya Swaminathan to try and understand what the data says. But first, amidst a tense standoff between the government and farmers, the Samyukt Kisan Morcha, one of the unions involved in these protests, though not directly linked, has rejected a 5-year contract to buy 3 types of pulses, maize and cotton at the old minimum support price. This was one among a series of steps which had been suggested by the government.
किसानों के प्रतिनिधियों ने बात रखी थी कि खास तौर पे पंजाब हरियाणा में धान के खेती की वजह से जो वाटर टेबल बहुत नीचे गया है, उसके कारण क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन अति आवश्यक है। क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन से देश में अगर दलहन बने तो देश का आयात भी कम होता है, देश का उपभोक्ताओं की जरूरतें भी पूरी की जा सकती हैं, पंजाब का पानी भी बचेगा, किसानों की आमदनी में भी अच्छी मात्रा में वृद्धि हो सकती है। तो हमने एक प्रस्ताव आज चर्चा किया है कि सरकार की प्रमोटेड जो कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज हैं, चाहे वो NCCF हो, नेशनल कंज्यूमर कोऑपरेटिव फेडरेशन, NAFED, 5 साल के लिए एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करके NCCF और NAFED गारंटी करेगा कि अगले 5 साल तक जो भी क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफाई करके ये 4 प्रोडक्ट्स बनाएगा, 4 उत्पादन खेती के करेगा, उसको ये संस्थाएं MSP पर खरीदेगी, कोई क्वांटिटी की लिमिट नहीं होगी।
As the political stalemate over farmers' unions' Delhi Chalo march continues, a ray of hope emerged after government offered a new proposal on crop diversification to the protesting farmers of the farmers' unions. Centre proposed that cooperative societies like NAFED and NCCF could enter into a 5-year contract with farmers opting for crop diversification by growing pulses, maize and cotton in place of paddy, guaranteeing to purchase their produce at the MSP rate. In an exclusive interview to NDTV, India's leading agricultural scientist and director of Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Dr. A.K. Singh, said crop diversification is the answer to challenges paddy farmers are facing in Punjab, Haryana and other states.
It takes a lot of water, 3,000 liters of water per kilogram of rice produced, and that has led to depletion of water table in Punjab from, say, 10 meter in 1970 to almost 20-25 meters in 2023. In addition to that, transplanting as such is a very costly operation, which takes about 3,000 rupees per acre. Crop diversification becomes extremely important.
Dr. A.K. Singh argues that growing pulses is a good option for paddy farmers too. The director further said that growing maize at a large scale, like paddy, could help boost bioethanol production in the country and also help attain the ethanol blending target of 20% by 2025.
What are the diversification options that are available for farmers? Among the first and foremost is maize. So when it comes to bioethanol production from maize, appropriate infrastructure, and I think it's a public private partnership, private investment, etc. will come, and people will come with this infrastructure to, use.
For now, the stalemate continues as the protesting farmers have rejected the government proposal as they insist on their central demand of a legally guaranteed MSP for all crops. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, farmers' unions have absolutely rejected all the proposals made by the centre. Is it back to square one, and will we now see many more protests? Joining us now, Anil Ghanwat, a member of the Supreme Court appointed Committee on Farm Laws, Yogendra Yadav, Ravneet Brar, member of the SKM and farmer leader, and Prakash Chandra Sharma, former Vice President of the Kisan Morcha, BJP. Thank you all very much for being with us. Yogendra, let me come to you first. One of the basic points that's often been raised is that an MSP for all crops backed by the law and a central guarantee would essentially be ruinous for the economy. How would you respond to that?
Vishnu, it depends on what we consider to be the economy. I presume that people of this country, their well-being, their household income, their ability to live decent life is Indian economy. Unless we all believe that Indian economy is only what the corporates do, what the share market does, unless we subscribe to that silly view, I really do think that something that benefits 54% of this population cannot possibly be ruinous. And Vishnu, I think by now, the one good thing about this MSP debate in the country is that some of the lies of the government have been so convincingly refuted, and some by leading journalists. This whole stupid and complete third-rate fear-mongering that it would cost 10 lakh rupees, that has been completely busted.
10 lakh crores rupees, yeah.
10 lakh crore rupees. I mean, this was a stupid idea, and how the government thought it could get away with such lies. Anyway, let me focus on the real issue, Vishnu. Let's imagine a very simple situation. There is a factory where workers go on strike. They say, give me more wages and limit my working hours. And let us say the management says, all right, we are considering your demand. And after considering their demand, the management says, we have decided to open a gym. That's very good for your health. And if the workers say, but what about wages? They would say, don't you want a gym?
So you're saying that they're diverting the issue. That's the point you're making.
So in a sense, that's exactly what the government has done. The government believes as if the farmers came to them asking for a solution of diversification. That's not what the farmers came for. Farmers had very simple demand. They wanted MSP not to be discretion-based, but to be law-based. Number two, they wanted the current MSP calculation to be based on Swaminathan Commission formula. Number three, they wanted it to be universalized. The government offer has nothing to do with the farmers, what the farmers demanded. So are we surprised?
Okay, just 1 second. Prakash Chandra Sharma, would you like to respond to that? And also to the point, Yogendra disagrees completely that it might be financially perilous for us as a country to legally back MSPs.
Vishnu, 3-4 things are quite clear. I don't think like how Mr. Yogendra Yadav is saying on that, maybe like he has some political agendas behind it, might be. But one thing is very clear, we all will agree together, agriculture is a very complex subject in India. And in past, we have seen from the independence time till now, what is happening, how is happening, and this particular government, how we have made the basic infrastructure clear out of it. That's number one. Number two, we can't avoid the challenges what we are facing today now, and in futuristic, what we will face it now. So the measure is there, the climate change. The groundwater concern, where the drinking water, industry water, every water is concerned, because giving the proper water to every citizen is quite concerned things. So whatever government is proposing, so there are a lot of logic behind it, lot of research behind it, and that is the reason, this crop diversifications, what government is proposing right now. So the reason is there, one, the government wants to make the country self-sufficient, self-reliance on this particular, you can say the pulses part, where the lot of import bills we are paying outside in the dollars. So it is getting impact our overall economy. Okay. Apart from that, the climate change impact, what we are seeing right now, the groundwater conditions, what we right now, and the sustainable agriculture, sustainable environment is the key concern as of now. So one by one, government is trying to address all the things, and this particular concern, because this is a particular, all the, the people, the leader, the agriculture leaders sitting over there, so they just want to satisfy their present ego, but they can't avoid the futuristic part. That is the reason they have taken the 2 days to talk about.
Okay, so the government looking at a large, a bunch of issues in the environment. I don't think nobody can dispute that. But Mr. Ghanbar, let me ask you this. It's been what, 6 decades? No, it's been 5 decades after MSP became, an expectation in this country. The procurement operations for 2 crops are essentially limited to a couple of states, to just a few states. Now, the government, it is argued, simply will not have or does not have the capacity to put something in place for across the country. If we are to guarantee an MSP legally, right, it's just not possible to spend the money, procure these crops, and guarantee an MSP. It as a task, it's almost impossible. Is there any validity in this argument?
Of course, it's literally impossible to procure all the commodities that are produced by the farmers at a legal guarantee, because legal guarantee means no private player or a trader will be able to purchase any commodity under the MSP rates. So what will happen is that whenever the prices of a certain commodity falls below MSP and there is no demand for the commodity ahead, then the trader won't buy it, and he will say that it's an offense to procure below MSP or buy below MSP. So go wherever you want to go, and the government won't be in a position to procure all that is under MSP. And the demand is that for all the crops. Today here in Maharashtra, the methi you call fenugreek, it is selling at 3 to 4 bundles for 10 rupees. So that's below MSP. And if that is the case and government or the trader doesn't buy it and the government has to buy it, then what will it do with that produce? So this is going to be a question. I am not agreeing with the figure of 10 lakh crore rupees. That's I don't think it will cost that much. But handling all this issue will be a great thing for the government.
Just half a second. Yogendraji wants to reply. Yogendraji, go ahead.
I'm really sorry to hear such complete distortion of what the farmers are demanding. Let me clarify again and again, we have clarified that we do not want either of the two things which Mr. Anil Ganvat is talking about. We do not believe that actually simply making a law and making any trade below MSP illegal is a solution. No, sir. This will drive all the trade into black market. We know it. This has happened. We don't want it. That's not the solution. That's not what we are asking for. And number two, government procuring all the 23 crops, all the stock of it. No, we do not want it. We have repeatedly clarified that what we have in mind is a fairly sophisticated version. It's a doable version. What we want is a bouquet of policies, all of which will ensure that the farmer receives the money. Doesn't mean the government pays it. What we have in mind are 4 things. Number 1, more procurement than is being done currently, not all, slightly more, especially in the case of dal and and oilseeds. Now, precisely the kind of crops the government is speaking about. Number two, a very active and well-funded market intervention scheme. Number three, export-import policy to be oriented for the benefit of farmers. And number four, a deficit payment as and when, despite all the first three attempts, the prices fall below the MSP, then deficit payment. You don't need to purchase, you don't need to stock. I know there are inefficiencies. Farmers don't want to burden the government with all these things. What we want, legal guarantee of MSP, means that the government of India does not simply declare its support, but actually comes to the support of the farmer, and farmers receive what the government announces, mostly receives from the market, or in the nature of deficit payment.
Okay,
so please
I get
respond
that.
to a
the process
sensible
of payment
proposal.
has to be to the farmer is critical. I just wanted to go across to Ravneet Brar, a member of the SK. Mr. Brar, the other aspect of this is that if there is a legal guarantee of MSP, if there is more production, where does one store it? Because as of April 2021, the Food Corporation of India, other state agencies, a report I read said had about 818 lakh tons, but the total stock just of rice, wheat, paddy and coarse grain is almost 890 lakh tons. So there's not even enough capacity. What will you do with increased production? Where does it all go?
Thank you so much, Vishnu ji. Let me start with one thing. हम सरकार से गुड़ मांगने गए थे, पर सरकार क्या बोल रही है कि पटाखे ले जाओ. So there is a lot of difference. The one we are asking and what they are giving. So इसमें बहुत ज्यादा difference है, क्योंकि अगर आप बोल रहे हो स्टॉक बहुत ज्यादा है, तो US and other countries हमारी wheat पे निगाह क्यों उनकी है, पंजाब और हरियाणा की? अगर हमारे पास सेकेंड थिंग, हमारा स्टॉक सबसे कम है 2017 के बाद. आज जो FCI के पास स्टॉक है, नेशनल रिजर्व, वो सबसे कम है फूड ग्रेन्स का. एंड थर्ड थिंग, मैं आपको एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल देता हूं. अगर हमने मानिए 100 kg कोई चीज प्रोड्यूस कर ली, पर मार्केट में उसकी जो मार्केट है सिर्फ 90 किलो की है, तो ऊपर वाला 10 किलो सरकार बाय करके अपने पास स्टोर नहीं कर सकती. इससे क्या होगा, मार्केट प्राइस दोबारा से वही आ जाएगा, प्राइवेट आके उसमें बाय कर सकता है. तो इसमें सरकार जब उसका ऑफ सीजन आएगा तो उसको उसी प्राइस पे सेल कर देगी, क्योंकि ऑफ सीजन में प्राइस फिर से बढ़ जाता है. सो इसमें पॉलिसीज कंसर्न्ड है विष्णु जी.
No, but you can't indefinitely store crops. That's a huge problem in a country like India.
No, what I am telling कि इसमें अगर हम ऐसी पॉलिसीज लेके आएंगे ना, देखिए जैसे जोगिंदर सर ने बोला कि इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट पॉलिसीज चाहिए, बवंतर भुगतान की पॉलिसीज चाहिए, जैसे हरियाणा और एमपी कर रहा था, थोड़ा थोड़ा किया इन्होंने. उसमें क्या है कि अगर देयर इज अ डेफिसिट पेमेंट, दे कैन ऑलवेज फिल द गैप. अगर किसान को 110 रुपए चाहिए, उसको मार्केट से 100 मिल रहा है, तो 10 रुपए सरकार अपनी तरफ से डाल नहीं सकती.
Okay, one second. I take that. Prakash Chandra Sharma, the other point which is often raised is that let us even assume that the government has the capacity or acquires the capacity to build. What end will that serve?
See, exactly, Vishnu, I was just coming to that. See, reason being for that particular purpose, down the line, year on year, we should evaluate the data, year on year, how government is procuring the things and how government is creating the infrastructure. It's not a nightmare, like, one day we will create all the things and it will happen one thing. That's number one. Number two, reply to the Mr. Yogendra Yadav and Mr. Barad also, we should understand why they are focusing on the paddy and this particular wheat. Why not about the other crop and the other farmers of the country? Because government has a comprehensive approach. They should look about all the people. So why the policy should come for all the people? They are just talking about the FCI. Let me tell you, the NAFED and NCCF is procuring all the dal, all the concerned things, and they are just distributing it. So you can see the market flow, whatever the demand supply gap is there, the demand supply we should know, you have to relate with the production. Even the farmers, particularly into the Punjab and those regions, if they are just doing in a particular part, they are not only harming the environment, and they are doing some other show. So whatever the government is telling right now, that is totally based on the scientific things, and we should all sit together and should decide it. It's not a one-day affair. We cannot go and say government has to do this. government also need to look about the other farmers who are from the other states, what the ground reality over there, because we just want to create India as a country, as a food production hub to supply the worldwide. The world economic change is getting disturbed due to the geopolitical situation. So agriculture is the biggest arm to us to, support the world and lead the world. So we should do in a very prospective manner, in a bigger manner. Apart from that, what the rule they are talking about, even we will see in the market the wheat. The millers are purchasing on the higher side. They are supplying on the higher side. So if they are selling on that particular part, and through technology, government is providing a lot of things where the transparency is coming. Just by creating a law and satisfying few people's mindset will not work over here.
Okay, you made that point. Yogendra ji, let me come to you 1 second. 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. I'll try and take 2 more comments. Yogendra ji, you've not spoken about the environment, the groundwater overexploitation, fertility of the soil going down, plateauing yields, etc., etc. This is a crisis in the Punjab and Haryana.
Of course, Vishnu. Allow me to say that like the other 2 gentlemen, you are also confusing the issues, Vishnu. Number one, let us get it absolutely clear. I've spoken that in English. Should I repeat that in Hindi as well? Asking for legal guarantee of MSP does not mean physical procurement of all crops. Can we get it clear? So you keep talking about stock kahan karenge, kya karenge? Arey baba, main keh raha hu kharidne ki zarurat nahi hai. My friend Brad Saab has explained better economics than anyone else. You only need to pick just 5 to 10% of any crop to bring the prices down. This is exactly what Cotton Corporation does in the language of economics, because its elasticity is very high. And just minor overproduction can cause huge drop in prices. The government has to pick only tiny slight bit. Number 2, did you hear deficiency payment? Deficiency payment does not involve the government procuring and storing one item, one grain at all. Please get it out of your mind. And number 2, environment, absolutely. This is the most important concern. And you know what is the best solution for the environmental crisis? For overproduction of paddy and wheat in Haryana and Punjab? Can I tell you a solution?
Yes.
The solution is MSP guarantee across 23 crops. Vishnu, the real problem is the government says 23 crops MSP. Then they purchase only 2 crops. So if you were a farmer, Vishnu, which crops will you grow? You will grow exactly those 2 crops, and they are called paddy and wheat. Tomorrow, if you start offering farmers MSP, which the government is now offering only for 5 commodities, only to Punjab and Haryana farmers, you start giving MSP to all 23 crops. Farmers are not fools. उनको पैसा मिलना शुरू होगा. पंजाब का फार्मर क्यों मक्की नहीं उगाएगा भाई? वो चना क्यों नहीं उगाएगा? हरियाणा में तो हमें चावल खाना आता नहीं है. हम बेचारे खाम का क्यों चावल पैदा कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि 4 पैसा मिलता है इसके अंदर.
Yogendra ji, 1 sec. Anil Ghanwat, is MSP a solution to the over-exploitation of soil, fertility depletion, groundwater going away? Is MSP a way around this? Because
No, MSP can't be a solution for that. And if I heard right, in the introductory note you had shown today, the SKM leaders were saying that we need a MSP guarantee for all the crops. And Mr. Yogendra Yadav has limited his demand to 23 crops only. I'm an onion farmer.
Please stop distorting what I'm saying. Please stop distorting. I'm simply saying.
You said 23 crops.
Ganbat Saab, please itna distort mat kijiye. मैं इस शो पे हूँ. मेरे को अपनी बात अपने मुंह से बोलने दीजिए. I said to begin with 23 that the government is announcing. आपको समझ नहीं आती
मेरी
बात.
Okay, fine. So Mr. Ghanwat, point taken. Go ahead, Mr. Ghanwat. Yeah.
So. What will happen is that the point concern now is about depletion of water and environmental concerns. Yogendra Yadav is right that he says that if you are going to procure only 2 crops, there is going to be demand for sowing only 2 crops. But if we are going to procure all these crops, then the question arises about the food security. Because if only 1 degree temperature rises and the production drops in India, there is a instant export ban and stock limits are imposed on the commodity. Then how if the Punjab farmers are going to be diverted to other crops? What about wheat and rice? What about the PDS? And what about the food security of India? So this is going to be an issue once again, because this year we are facing that issue. And what these people are demanding is like amputate our legs and give us clutches. Because this year, if there would have been an export ban, the Punjab farmers would have got at least 1,000 rupees per quintal. The production of wheat in Punjab is 170 lakh tons per year. So that means that Punjab farmers have lost 17,000 crore rupees in 1 year in one crop. The similar calculation is about wheat too. The total agriculture budget in Punjab is 13,400 crores. See the amount the farmers are losing. The 3 laws that were brought in by the government, they would have given that freedom to the farmers to export their commodity because these commodities were removed from the essential
so that's a larger
Act.
issue, and we need to revisit those farm laws perhaps at some stage. But for now, there is a chance of this protest continuing for a while. Farmers, at least some unions amongst them, have completely rejected the government's proposals. We're going to take a short break. I'd like to thank my panelists very much for being with us. Coming up after that, we're going to be looking at a startling report. It's an Indian report on long COVID, statistically backed with data, and how we in India have been impacted by long COVID more than people in other parts of the world. That's coming.
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Makes you wish everything was as vibrant.
Experience luxury recrafted. This BMW Joy Days, drive home the BMW 6 Series Gran Turismo at ₹64,999 per month and avail amazing depreciation benefits.
लोन चाहिए तो पैसाबाजार.com पर जाओ। यहाँ आपको मिलेंगे 60+ लोन ऑप्शंस, वो भी बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स के साथ विद मिनिमम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। पैसाबाजार.com, लोन सही मिलेगा यहीं।
वेलकम टू AU वीडियो बैंकिंग। यहाँ बैंक के सारे काम हो सकते हैं। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। AU स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
माँ हमें दुनिया की काली नजर से बचाती है।
माँ हमारे सपने सजाती है।
माँ हमें पढ़ाती है, बढ़ाती है।
माँ हमें पैरों पर खड़ा करती है। माँ हमारे लिए कितना स्ट्रगल करती है। माँ हम सबको मजबूत बनाती है, लेकिन माँ को मजबूत कौन बनाता है? मोदी जी। किसी को नल देकर, किसी को गैस, किसी को टॉयलेट देकर, किसी को बिजली, किसी को लोन देकर, तो किसी को डिजिटल बनाकर। मेरी माँ मजबूत तो भारत माँ मजबूत, ये मोदी सरकार की गारंटी है।
थैंक यू मोदी जी।
बढ़ते पोल्यूशन और बदलते मौसम के साथ सर्दी, खांसी, जुकाम एक आम बात है। ऐसे में लीजिए मुल्तानी कुका कफ सिरप, ताकि बदलते मौसम के साथ आप न बदले।
The government of Punjab, under the leadership of Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann, has been relentlessly working to improve the condition of sports in the state. Updated in July 2023, Punjab's new sports policy is testament to the state's commitment to the sport their athletes. With renewed focus on ensuring a sporting facility in every nook and cranny, new policy suggests that a playground be ensured within a 4-kilometer distance from every house in the state. 1,000 cluster-level sports nurseries will be established. At 25 lakh per nursery, it will have a total budget of 250 crore. A district-level sports structure with 200 sports hostels in each district is to be established.
Youth knows sports well,
ਤੇ ਰੋਜ਼ਗਾਰ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੀਏ। ਹੌਸਲੇ ਰੱਖੋ, ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ, ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਲਿਆਓ ਮੈਡਲ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਫੇ ਖੁੱਲੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ।
Punjab had its best ever showing at the Asian Games, winning 20 medals, nearly 20% of India's total 107.
ਪੈਰਾ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਗੇਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਿਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਈ ਸੀਗੀ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ 8 ਲੱਖ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਥੈਂਕਸ ਕਰਦਾ।
The Punjab government awarded cash prizes of 29.25 crore rupee to the medal winners of the Asian Games and 4.58 crore rupee to the national medal winners.
ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ-ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ 1 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਇਨਾਮ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਵਧਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਲਈ ਮੈਡਲ ਜਿੱਤਾਂਗਾ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਰੋਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ।
The government is leaving no stone unturned to revive the culture of sports and rural game to restore the glory of state.
हेलो बेटा।
मिस्टर विकास के साथ कौन है?
बस बेटा थोड़ी देर और, वो मिस्टर विकास की फाइल आप पॉलिसी बाजार। मैम आपका हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है, अब आप सर को घर ले जा सकती हैं।
क्लेम के टाइम पे हमेशा आपकी हेल्प को तैयार। पॉलिसी बाजार, 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 390 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना बिल्कुल फैमिली जैसे होते हैं। मेरा फ्लैटमेट जस्ट लाइक माई मॉम।
कपड़े आज धोएगा या अगले साल?
हेलमेट ओए उठ। इसीलिए ना आई गॉट अस एयरटेल का फैमिली प्लान। 2 कनेक्शंस सिर्फ 599 में, मतलब वे बेटर देन अलग अलग रिचार्ज ना।
सुन, नाश्ता बनाऊं?
फ्रेंड्स हो या कॉलीग्स, सबके लिए है एयरटेल फैमिली प्लान।
ऑल्सो अवेलेबल फॉर रियल फैमिलीज।
रईस भाई वेलकम।
अम्मी जान कहती थी कोई भी पार्टी छोटी या बड़ी नहीं होती, जाना जरूर भाई, लेकिन आना तो दरवाजे से था ना। अगर रूंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता। रूंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल। रूंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड।
QSMT achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Well, joining us now, a very special guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who was with the World Health Organization as a principal scientist looking at everything about the science and the research which emerged out of COVID. Thank you, ma'am, very much for being with us. You had a look at this report. The CMC report indicates that Indians are impacted more by long COVID than people in different parts of the world. Why is this the case?
Well, firstly, just a little bit about the study that you referred to. It was done at the Christian Medical College. It was a follow-up of people who were admitted during the first wave of COVID. And the median time that had elapsed between their discharge and when they were studied was about, I think, 65 days or so. So it was quite soon after recovery. It was about 2 to 3 months after recovery. And it was a one-time assessment. And basically what it showed is that the diffusion capacity of the lung was significantly impaired. I mean, it was abnormal in about 45% of people, which means that certainly their lungs had been damaged. But there hasn't been a longer-term follow-up of these people. Most of the studies of long COVID, have followed people out over 6 months, 12 months, and even longer than that to really know how many people are continue to suffer from the long-term after effects or sequela. So it's clear that there is a percentage of people, say around 10%, 10 to 20% in various studies. So it's very hard to compare what they've done at 2 months with other studies that have looked at different, over different periods of time. But having said that, I think the one thing that is true is that Indians have a very high rate of comorbidities. And I think even in their study, something like 70% of people had comorbidities. And we know that that's associated with more severe illness, but it's also probably contributing, to a higher probability of having these long-term respiratory problems. So that could be part of the reason, but I think we need much more data on long COVID from India before we can conclude that Indians have a higher, prevalence of long COVID than other populations.
44% of patients show adverse impact of lung functioning per this report. How do comorbidities also impact the lungs?
Yes, I mean, there are some comorbidities that can certainly affect lung function. I mean, diabetes has, widespread impacts on the microvasculature, on the small blood vessels. But the other major comorbidity could be, and I think we'll have to look into more details into the patient profile, could be smoking for one, and people exposed to other pollutants, whether it's indoor household air pollution because of biomass being used for cooking, or whether it is air pollution externally, which many of us are exposed to now. And, those could all be contributing to the underlying respiratory issues that could have been exacerbated by COVID. So I think in general, that comorbidities do contribute to having various kinds of post-COVID syndromes, including respiratory problems.
And ma'am, statistically, what is data from other international surveys showing on the impact of long COVID?
So some of the risk factors for long COVID, of course, are having very severe disease initially. Though overall, if you look at numbers, the numbers of people who have long COVID come more from the mild group, because many more millions of people had mild rather than severe COVID. So in terms of proportion, many more people from mild COVID have the post-COVID syndrome. Then if you've had repeated infections, more chances of having these symptoms. If you've not been vaccinated, more chances of having symptoms. And in some studies, poverty has been associated also with a higher proportion. Perhaps they attributed to the fact that those people did not have enough time to take rest, and maybe they didn't get adequate care also. The use of antivirals like Paxlovid at the time of having COVID is associated with a lower frequency of having long COVID. In terms of what lies behind this, what's the pathology, there are still many hypotheses or theories around. None of them have been conclusively proved. Some suggest that there's persistent virus, maybe in the gut, and so a bit of antigen keeps, getting released into the blood. Some studies suggest it's an autoimmune phenomenon, that there are autoantibodies that get generated, especially in people who don't have a good initial immune response to the infection. And others have suggested that there are other inflammatory pathways which get activated. But clearly, COVID is associated with inflammation that causes a lot of the acute damage, and potentially it could cause some of this long-term damage as well. Practically every organ in the body has been found to be affected. So COVID wasn't just a respiratory virus, but it had these effects on the cardiovascular system. So we've seen this increasing risk of heart attacks in people who've recovered from COVID. It causes more diabetes compared to people who have not had COVID. Neurological problems, they've found a higher incidence of not only depression and anxiety, but also some cognitive impairment, kidney problems, and then this chronic fatigue syndrome, which of course has been reported previously, after other viral infections, and scientists still don't know what causes that chronic fatigue syndrome. As far as treatment, there are some clinical trials going on, but because we don't know the exact mechanism and pathogenesis, there's no specific treatment for long COVID, but of course you can treat the symptoms based on which organ system is impacted. And there is a need for more trials, both to find biomarkers that can tell if somebody has this long COVID or not. At the moment, there's no particular blood test to tell you whether you're suffering from long COVID. So we need more research on biomarkers. We also need more clinical trials and long-term follow-up studies, especially in different populations. Like you asked the question about Indians, ICMR is following up some cohorts. Other medical colleges are doing so. We need more of that data to come out.
Right, ma'am. Thank you very much for speaking to us, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, and telling us about the impact and what these results in these studies are now indicating. Thank you very much indeed. A new study by the Christian Medical College, Vellore, has some fairly important data coming in on the impact of long COVID on Indians and how COVID has actually impacted Indians in a way, perhaps in a more severe way than in many cases in this trial, than people in China or in parts of Europe. Joining us to talk about this, Dr. DJ Christopher, one of the authors of this report, Professor of Pulmonary Medicine at the Christian Medical College in Vellore, also joined by Dr. Sunila Garg and Dr. Sudarshan Ballal, all experts in this field. Dr. Christopher, let me come to you first. Why, it's a basic question, are Indians perhaps more predisposed to having a long-term impact of COVID than people in other parts of the world? Or is that assumption correct?
Yeah, I think it's correct, but I would just step back and say that this study was done during the first phase of COVID with some information that the previous SARS-CoV-2, that is SARS-CoV-2-1, which occurred 15 years before the SARS-CoV-2, which we are very familiar with, and MERS-CoV left the lung with some scars that perhaps did not go away. So this is the basis for our study, and so we evaluated a series of patients and did detailed lung functions and their walking capacity, quality of life, and so on. So what startled us was the fact that sensitive lung function tests showed that 44% had an impairment of their lung function. So that was the startling finding, and 35% had what is called a restrictive defect, which essentially means that the lung doesn't inflate to normal capacity. And we know that will impact patients' ability to work. And also 8% had what is called obstructive ventilatory defect, which is really obstruction to the passage of air into the lungs. So this was a summary of the impairments we saw on the Indian population. And this is higher than any study published. The studies done were in Europe and in China, and we compared the results, and it appears that we have had it worse than them.
Dr. Garg, you would have gone through this report. Again, the basic question, are Indians necessarily more predisposed?
See, primarily, it's a very, very important question because we see, Indians are more predisposed, but as we can see that, when we went through the whole period of COVID, what we realized was, in terms of presentation of symptoms, it was lung function tests, which were more impaired. And also during the course of time, what we realized was respiratory symptoms were most predominant. And still also when we are studying, we did one study in Delhi also, and which we have recently completed on long-term COVID. That means follow-up from 4 weeks, 4 to 8 weeks and 8 weeks onwards. What we are seeing that, that respiratory symptoms are much more common, lung impairment is much more common, and definitely we are much more prone for respiratory infections right from our birth. So that's where, as has been mentioned, that there is prevalence of lung scarring and all that. So that also, or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, that makes it more, kind of this study to have presentation of more respiratory system symptoms as compared to other countries.
Dr. Ballal, the report itself focuses on a small group in the initial phase of the outbreak. But just in terms of your own clinical experience in dealing with patients over a longer period of time, it's been a couple of years since the worst of COVID. We do know, of course, that it's here to stay, it appears. What are some of the long-term, long COVID symptoms that you see most commonly?
Good evening, Vishnu. Thank you for having me on the show. And the devastating once-in-a-lifetime pandemic of COVID sort of shook the medical world and the citizens of this world. And we initially thought it was just a one-time respiratory illness. However, we know that COVID is here to stay. And now there's this elegant study from CMC Vellore, which proves that Indians, unfortunately, are more prone. And I would like to add one more reason other than the panelists that I've already given. I think Indians inherently have less lung capacity, almost a third of less capacity than the Caucasians. And that may be one reason that we have less reserve. The same thing is true in many other organ systems in India, which means you need less of a damage to sort of tilt you over the hill. The second thing is we have chronic pollution, chronic inflammatory state, maybe genetically more predisposed, and certainly there are more comorbidities in this group of patients, like diabetes and hypertension. And I'm sure that's one of the reasons why we saw more lung damage, lung fibrosis, obstructive lung disease, so on and so forth. The symptoms of long COVID that we see, one of the very common symptoms is very non-specific. People are dull, sort of out of sorts, not feeling up to it, confused state. This has been going on for a long time. We certainly have seen the lung symptoms and diseases that the panelists have mentioned. A very increased incidence of coronary artery disease, strokes, so on and so forth is something that we have seen. So I think COVID has manifested in multiple ways, not only in the acute stage, but also is here to stay as long COVID.
Dr. Christopher, what was the breakup of the sample? Men, women, ages? What could you share with us?
So the total sample was 207. It was slightly more male population. I think about 60 or 65% were males. And, you know, for any study where people volunteer, you would probably have more males than others. Otherwise, it covered the entire spectrum of patients from 17 years of age all the way through to perhaps 80 years of age. So we had the entire age spectrum of patients. I just want to concur with the previous speaker that, you know, there are several likely explanations of why Indians had it worse. In particular, in this study, we showed that the Indian population had a phenomenally high degree of comorbidities. We had 72% of our study population with comorbidities, diabetes being the highest in 38%, hypertension 33%, and chronic respiratory disease 29%. So we had a population that was inherently more unwell. And so it is conceivable that they may have worse damage due to the COVID.
Dr. Garg, here's a basic question, and it's simple, but I think a lot of people would want to know. How would you respond to somebody who says, if I have diabetes, why should that necessarily affect my lungs?
See, primarily when you have any of the comorbidities, any infection, and particularly this SARS-CoV-2 when we are talking of, this was severe acute respiratory infection, which was predominantly affecting lungs. So any of the comorbidities, you know, is going to change the spectrum of the disease, whether it is SARS-CoV-2 or any other infection. Particularly in this case, when we were looking at, you know, SARS-CoV-2 infection, so that is bound to get exacerbated because of the presence of diabetes and hypertension both. And we all know that, you know, now India is a diabetic capital of the world. So, you know, all the infections, they manifest in a much more, you know, I'll say that severer form as compared to, you know, if you don't have any comorbidities, and that's why Government of India stressed on the vaccinations of elderlies and also younger people with comorbidities also. Elder people in any case are having much more comorbidities as compared to younger ones. But now with the changing spectrum, you know, of the population and demographic divide and stress and strain within the population levels, we know that younger people are also getting diabetes and hypertension comparatively at a much younger age as compared to, you know, earlier times.
Dr. Balal, would you like to add to that, you know, it's an assumption to say that only those beyond a certain age are more susceptible to the impacts of long COVID. In fact, a lot of people across sexes and across the age spectrum are equally vulnerable. Is that correct?
Yes, even though it's probably a little more in the elderly population now because they have more comorbidities. I would like to add a couple of things about diabetes. People generally think diabetes is just a problem with the sugar. That's not true. It's a systemic disease of metabolism and affects all the blood vessels. And interestingly, COVID also is known to affect blood vessels. The second thing is diabetes makes you more prone for infections. And one evidence of this was the devastating black fungus or mucormycosis infection we had during COVID. So I think there are many reasons why people with diabetes are more prone for any other effects of other diseases. And I'm sure that probably has contributed some to the long COVID effects in diabetic and hypertensive patients. Interestingly, I think there is some suggestion that COVID also might induce diabetes. There were suggestions that there was increased number of diabetes in patients with COVID. COVID is a very funny virus. I mean, it's not like the usual virus that only affects the respiratory system. It has multitude of effects. It has vascular effects where you have heart attacks, strokes, gangrene of the intestines, amputations, requiring amputations for people with peripheral vascular disease. It reduces the immunity, it induces diabetes, and does a whole host of things. So I think it's a very, very different virus.
Dr. Christopher, how do the results of your study compare with other studies elsewhere in the world? How is it different in terms of long COVID and data?
Yeah, so we were really looking at lung health in the context of, if you would call it long COVID. We were looking at residual lung damage which may, kind of continue forever. So comparison with other data, we found that, as I said earlier, the impact on lung function was in 44% of the patient population, whereas a meta-analysis, which is a combination of all the studies published, which covered China and Europe, these were the places where previously studies had been done. It was 31%. So 44% versus 31%. So in comparison with the other studies published, we had more lung function impairment. And in terms of comorbidities, which we spoke about, as I said that 72% of our population had comorbidities. In a Chinese cohort, a Chinese population of exactly the same age, which is an average age of 48 years, the comorbidities were 40%. So we have a clear 30% higher comorbidities than the Chinese group. So these were probably the major differences. So I just wanted to make one point with regard to the previous question on comorbidities. So we said comorbidities means,